What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Thursday, March 5th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Winning streak came to a crashing halt. Must start another one. A sap. NBA hurt me. NHL hurt me. Went 3-3 in college basketball, which disappointed me. It's been a long time since I've come to the show angry like this. We were on a very good run, and we must turn it around immediately. Thank you guys for joining us. I think we have just the crew to deliver this. Excited about today's show. We got Bobano Betts joining us for the National Hockey League. Then we have Morgan Spooner. We're going to break down Morgan Spooner's action. So he's moved on 5 games. There's one he's interested in. He may have moved on it by the time we talk to him. Then we're going to go through my action. And then we're going to see how many games we can talk about that I want to move on. We only have Bobano till 1 p.m., Spooner till 2 p.m. Eastern. So if at 2 p.m. we're not quite finished college basketball, Jose will join us, and he'll help guide us through the spots I'm leaning towards moving on. And then at 2:30, we have Billy Brisbane and LJ from H-Town. Back-to-back weeks of LJ from H-Town. So NBA will be third. And I'm excited. I was so excited with the streak we were on. And I can't let it go away. What we got to do is get that cash right this very minute. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. Let's get to work. Respect play of the day is in. JMU Southern Miss under. I want JMU first half, and I haven't moved on it yet. Spooner very interested in James Madison. I'm unsure if he's moved on that spot. I guess there's 2 spots that I'm unsure if he's going to pull the trigger on. And that's one of them. And I was very interested in moving on first half, and I thought, you know what, I'll get the chance to ask him about it. That will be the best opportunity for me. We got Justin McKelvey, Florida Columbus over 6, and the Detroit Pistons plus 3.5. Justin had a big day yesterday. Also cashed on Bobby Moe live watching the Colonials play. Sound like a fun night, man. The Goracle in the house. Fenerbahce, Barcelona plus 142 in EuroLeague basketball. He's on Pericard and Pechi money line at plus 102, and Stramkova money line. Thank you for that. Turnsy says Rusty Kuntz is on fire. 4-4 since starting to pop them in the chat here and there. Maple Leafs took the win out of my sail, though, to go 1-on-1 on the night. Horrible team. Great job. Great job, Turnsy, my man. Excited to see and to hear more of Rusty Kuntz. We'll bring it back, man. We have the graphics for Rusty Kuntz. We're big Rusty Kuntz fans here, man. Big Rusty Kuntz fans. So I love it. Great job. Great job here. The solution in the house. Slow jams Arsenal ready to get to work. Justin McKelvey says DJ Moore to the Buffalo Bills. That's going to be helpful. It's going to be helpful. J Dub in the house. Drake plus 5.5. American plus 2. La Tech plus 9. Bucknell plus 15.5. Indiana State plus 4. Goracle saying, is there a way we can add your 3 plays a day to your record on the PSR site? Yeah, we have somebody who does that, and that's the problem when you put up bets right before the event. Most of mine aren't as part of the record keeping, but we have somebody working on that. The Ekdals are all over that. Shout out to the Ekdal brothers. but I don't have any control over that. Let's get our guy J-Dub, his action here right under Stacks Plays of the Day. Okay, we have an important question. While I'm copying and pasting, we have an important question. We have 2 big contests coming up for March Madness. 2 big contests coming up. We have our bracket contest, and we have our confidence pool. Now, we have exciting bonuses, things we want to talk about. But first, the most important thing is how much should the entry be? Now, if there was one contest, we've made them all now $100. $50 is not enough. But Jose's going to put a poll together. We have our bracket contest, regular old bracket contest, and our confidence pool. Now, the confidence pool is a little different in March Madness. You get 90 points, and you put together a roster of teams. If you want a 1 seed, that costs you 16 points. If you want a 16 seed, it costs you 1 point. And you fill up your roster of teams with the 90 points allotted. And we need to know from you, do you want it to be 100 or 50? That is the question. And how am I? Oh, there we go. I don't know how do I vote? What the hell's wrong with me? Oh, it's because I am on the not on myself here. I'm Pub Sports Radio. Let me move over to myself and switch. Okay, here we go. So yes, we want to hear from you. Should it be $50? Should it be $100? We're pumped up about both contests, and we have some very exciting things about the contest that we want to talk to you guys about, but we can't until we figure out exactly how much it costs to enter. And that's why we come to you, Pub Sports Radio fam. We are getting close to Pub 5 events being settled and trips being booked, and Capper's getting excited about it. So that is now less than 3 weeks away. We're 20 days away from the warmth of sweet, sweet, sweet Texas. Let me pull this out here. Get this rolling. Okay, I'm back. I got the chat up, and now I can vote. Here we go. So I have voted. Come on, give it to me. There we go. Now we're totally down. If you guys wanted 50 each, that's totally cool. No pressure at all. I did vote for 100, but whatever you guys want, I'm totally down with. Slow Jams Arsenal in the house. The Solution ready to get to work. I got J-Dub's Action, Matty Ice ready to roll, Ronnie Loft, and Drewski. We have, a phlebotomy appointment here for Ronnie Crawford. St. Thomas, Detroit, and the Ottawa Senators. I joined Ronnie on the Ottawa Senators, and I joined late, man. I could have got that -1 of plus money. Instead, it's a -106. Very disappointing. But rocking with you on that, Ronnie. And we have the corner of Ron Crawford and Stacks Boulevard on the Detroit Pistons. KB says Charlotte Hornets look crazy good right now. Well, you guys know I have made 2 futures in the NBA. On December 23rd, or is it the 13th? I can't remember if it's December 13th or 23rd, but I bet the Spurs to win the championship at 33-1 and to win the West at 16-1. We talked a lot about the East. Should it be the Pistons? Should it be the Raptors? Like, where are you going to get a nice score with? Well, I moved on the Hornets last night, 30-1. I'm sure there's people out there with 200-1. But I will take the 30-1 to win the East with the Charlotte Hornets little lottery ticket bet yesterday. So I'm right with you, Von Polo. Why not? Now, look, you could give me every reason why they won't, and you could tell me the team is going to knock them out. Great. That's why you're getting 30-1 on it. Great to see all of you guys. Slatsy in the house. Yes, he would. Plain Stout would be happy with the lid. Thank you, Slatsy. Dutch Boy Fresh Hornets +7 says easy. That was beautiful, you guys who were on. I wasn't on the other side, but should have been with you guys there. Super True Story, Serious Business. Chappie Funk, get to rock with Chappie. Get to rock with Chappie. Get to rock with Dutchy. Slatsy not going to be here this year, but we got to get him next year. And there's Lucas Ryan. Oh, Lucas Ryan says, check my DM. I will do that right now. Lucas, he no ball in the house. Let's get to work. Sorry, I got to put in passcode. There we go. Matty I says Taint. Oh, shoot. Says Taint play today is a little different today. Morgan State -6.5 for 1 unit. Texas Southern -3.5 for 1 unit. And parlay them both for 3 units on the money line. I like both spots. I came very close to Texas Southern, and I'm still very interested in them I wanted to talk that one out. I wanted to talk out a little swaction. But Morgan State is a spot that our very own Morgan Spooner is on, and we're going to be talking that out. Thank you for sharing that with us. All right, it is time to get ready to rock. It is great to see all of you guys. Thank you, Chicago Joe. Yeah, that was the only thing that worked for me last night in NHL. I'm right there, a taint hair away from getting into the black on the season, and I fall apart. Mark Stasowski says, can't wait for Madness Vegas. Well, and there is Wine Time Sports in the house. Let's roll back and get rolling here. And, here we go. Yes, I would love that, Lucas. Yes. So Lucas is at Arch Madness, MVC, of course, at the Enterprise Center in St. Louis. So, yes, we would love that. Absolutely love that. Irish King in the house. Great to see all of you guys. Yes, Lucas Ryan, let us know, man. Call us up from the Enterprise Center. We'd love that, man. Absolutely love that. All right, it's time to get into the National Hockey League. Thank you guys for joining us. We have a big card, and it's time to get to work. Please welcome the star of the Ice Guys, the star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel, the star of the NBA OG show, and our guy, Mr. Ian Cameron, to the program. Bobano, how are you, my friend?
Very good. Good to be back. Great time of year, March. Of course, you've got the basketball day and night and the college ranks tournament time, and NHL back now, and excited about the playoff push.
Very, very excited about the playoff push in both NBA and NHL. NHL, I'm in a very, very good shape with futures in NHL. And I'm not looking to add at this point. I did a futures show yesterday for Van 960 in Calgary. And the only thing that appeals to me on the open market right now, because I'm pretty set, would be the Buffalo Sabres in the East as a lottery ticket type bet around 12-1. Is there anything before we get into this card that you think on the table? Because things are, I mean, you could fade the Knights to win the division. You could fade the Lightning to win the division and take the Sabres, although the Lightning have a couple games in hand. There are some opportunities out there, and I don't think I'm going to move on any. What do you think about the futures market right now?
Well, a few days ago, I moved on Anaheim to win the Pacific at plus 450. I think they've got a chance. They're 1 point back. It was a nice big win for them last night against the New York Islanders after Vegas had come back to beat Detroit, so they remained 1 point back. I don't even think Vegas is really all that. They're not back based on that win last night. That was Detroit playing an awful brand of hockey with a lead. They just stopped attacking. They just sat back, let Vegas roll at them in waves, and eventually you're going to get burned doing that. And that's what allowed Vegas to come back in that game.
I think you should give Vegas some credit for the character that they showed at the end of a road trip when everyone was counting them as dead.
Still, that was a bad game for 2 periods. It was another rough night for Aiden Hill early. That one goal can't go in. And he's continued. Actually, he played good in the third. He made a couple of nice saves in the third period for Vegas. But early he gave that. Oh God, that third goal was bad. And their goaltending with him and Schmidt is still not. I don't trust it. Not right now with what I've seen. So I think Anaheim was a good bet. Plus 450. That price is gone. So just going to cheer on the Ducks that maybe they can overtake this very vulnerable, in my opinion, Golden Knights team.
This is the best situation I've ever been in the futures market in my life, and I don't want to touch anything. But I've been telling people, I was kind of holding off telling everybody. I put it all out on X. I've only put out two different posts on X for futures. The first one, of course, was July 2nd, max bet on the Canucks to miss the playoffs at minus 135. I talked about it over and over again through July and August. The line didn't change a cent. This was still Canucks to miss playoffs minus 135 in game 1 of the season. Avalanche to win the Cup at plus 900, my only Cup bet. And if they're the 32nd ranked power play going into the playoffs, I'll rip that ticket up. The Hurricanes to win the Met at plus 120. That's in business. I have the Knights to win the Pacific at plus 150. The Ducks to make the playoffs at plus 270. This was all bet October 7th and posted October 7th. The Ducks over 82 and a half points. I have Anaheim
to make the playoffs preseason as well. That was one I liked quite a bit.
Yeah, it's beauty. It's a beauty. So these are my 6 point totals, and they're all in business. I don't want to get too excited, but Ducks over 82 and a half points. Wild over 95 and a half points. Sharks over 70 and a half points. Flames under 83.5 points. Devils under 99.5 points.
Yeah, I have Anaheim over 82.5 points. How's that looking right now?
Yeah, I got that too. That's a beauty. I don't put. I wait for it to officially clinch before there's any.
270 was the price I got on Ducks to make the playoffs.
Yeah, same here. That's
I have Kings to miss the playoffs plus 260.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I have Montreal to make the playoffs 105. I got a couple bad ones though. Philly and St. Louis to make the playoffs. Those aren't looking good. St. Louis is dead, so we can't win them all.
I would say you can't win them all until this group that I have right here. This could be the first time I've ever done anything like this because the last three I have, the last two, Devils under 99.5 points, Leafs under 99.5 points.
Right.
So it's now, and I should say, yes, it looks incredible, but I bet the Leafs under and the Devils under and the Flames under last year and lost them all.
Yeah.
So that, out of transparency. So I'm just getting that back here. Let's get to work, Bobano. It is great.
It's funny. This Anaheim team that I love, I did actually sprinkle. It was a small bet. That's why I added more at plus 450 because I actually did sprinkle the 35-1 to Anaheim to win the Pacific. I'm just looking at my notes of past bets. 35. It was a tiny bet, but I said, are they really going to win the Pacific? But I said at 35-1, I got to sprinkle on it a little bit. And then the ones that are just, you talk about wild, outlandish shit, and I went as far as to go Anaheim to win the West 75 and the Cup 150. Again, out there bets. We don't expect Anaheim to make that kind of an improvement this year, but never know if they get in. Who the hell knows?
We don't play the lottery. We bet futures at times
with value.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know if you heard, but I bet the Hornets to win the East last night.
Based on their season so far, you can make an argument all the Anaheim futures were mispriced and underpriced.
Oh, absolutely. All the we said that. I said right off the Ducks and the Sharks futures are wrong.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the only bet I made with the Sharks over 70.5 points. But I did move on the Hornets last night, 30-1 to win the East.
That's not crazy. That's not crazy at all. Who the hell is dominant in the Eastern Conference in the NBA right now?
I mean, look, I'm not going to sit. There's a reason it's 30-1. So we're not.
I think if New York gets their shit together, they're probably the team to beat. The Knicks, probably, but Cleveland's got flaws. I still think Boston has flaws, and I still think that even when Jason Tatum comes back for them in the near future. I mean, it's a conference that's wide open if someone can just put it all together at the same time. And Charlotte's got a team. Look what they did last night to Boston.
The playoffs are going to be spectacular.
Yeah.
Absolutely spectacular. I can't wait. But let's get to work, Bobano. Yes. We have 41 minutes, lots of time here for an 8-game slate. Then we'll move into college basketball with Morgan Spooner. So let's get right to work. We start with the Toronto Maple Leafs, 27-24-11, 11-14-4 on the road at the New York Rangers. We are in Madison Square Garden in New York for this one. Leafs, of course, coming off the 4-3 overtime loss to the Devils last night. Stolarz played terrible. I was hoping Wall would be in net. I took a bath. First period under, full game under, and the Leafs money line. That should have all been in play when it was 2-1. Stolarz lets a terrible goal, and next thing you know, I'm in grave danger, and I lose them all. The shootout was done right away. The Devils are nasty in the shootout. Cotter, Jesper Bratt, they look just nasty. I mean, if in the shootout now for the Leafs, if Nylander doesn't score, I mean, you can just walk away. You've lost your shootout. Going up against the New York Rangers here, and we have injury issues for both squads. The Rangers is the issue, really. They've got JT Miller out of the lineup here. He's going to be out with an upper body injury. Edstrom and Rempe have been gone for a while, so it's not the big deal. But JT Miller is out. Actually, it's cleaned up a little bit since I refreshed it. For the Toronto Maple Leafs, I mean, Tanev's been out for a long time, and that was the reason why I took the under 99.5 points, because I said Tanev and McCabe were healthy all last year. What are the chances of that happening again this year? None. Bobby McCann, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, Scott Lawton, all not injury-related, all possibly being moved here at this point. So we shall see if any of them will be in the lineup. Of course, it's the Canucks who are still paying Oliver Ekman-Larsson, that idiotic franchise. Maple Leafs, Rangers. So, this line is going against me, but, Shesty, Wall, for me, this is an under. And when it first came out, I mean, this has just been moving towards the over and moving towards the over. And I've been just sitting here, I waited as long as I thought. I thought that I felt like I was right here on the spot, but certainly I'm on the under 6 at minus 108, and I still am interested in doubling down on the first period under. I mean, who are the only two players you can maybe count on in this game? They're probably in between the pipes. Take it away for us, Bobano. I'll get the line history and everything set up here in a second, but that's our first game on the board. I'm on the full game under 6, and I got that full game under 6 here at minus 108. I'm interested in doubling down. Take it away.
Yeah, this is one I kind of lean the other way with the total, just because it's two teams, that are out of it. Defensive intensity could be optional. We've seen that with the Leafs really the last few games. They're just giving up so many shots, so many really good chances. And the question is, are they going to score enough, Toronto? Because the games that have stayed under, like the Philly game earlier this week, it's because they didn't do enough offensively. But certainly from a defensive standpoint, you're not seeing it a whole lot of it from the Leafs at the moment. And, the New York Rangers, they're a capable outfit to give up goals. And that being said, that after that Columbus game, it's, are they going to look to tighten it up because, they gave up the 4 goals. They had that monster comeback that fell just short. I kind of lean over, but that's just going to be actually, let me see. Is the price cheap enough on that? No, I don't want to lay that kind of a price now on the 5.5, and I ain't betting it, making it official at 6. I do like the draw, and I will make the draw official in this game. I like it quite a bit. Plus 320. We've got 2 teams that have gone past regulation multiple times since the Olympic break. In fact, 2 straight overtime games for the Leafs and 2 straight overtime games for the New York Rangers against Pittsburgh and Columbus. So I don't see either team gaining separation from the other. So really like that draw price, plus 320.
Plus 320 for the draw. The way I see this, Shesty has been playing, very well since coming back from injury. You take JT Miller off of the power play. Now you take JT Miller and Panarin off of this very dangerous Rangers power play. The only thing keeping everything together. Line-wise, there's been a big move towards the New York Rangers, and the total is not bad. It's moved 1 cent to the under from minus 108 to minus 109. So I thought it was kind of, I've seen some books where it is moving, definitely skewed towards the over. And then on the money line here, the Toronto Maple Leafs are now plus 115. They opened up at minus 104, and it's just been one-way traffic. There was a little bit of buyback around 3 a.m, but that buyback is long since over. So the 19-cent move against the Toronto Maple Leafs. All right, let's roll on and we have Bobano here on the draw. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. There we go. All right, next spot on the board here, Utah Mammoth, 32-25-4, 14-15-2 on the road at the Philadelphia Flyers, 28-21-11, 14-9-7 at home at Xfinity Center, Xfinity Mobile Arena, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I was interested. Look, I want to fade the Mammoth on the road, and I want to back them at home. And it might not be the Mammoth that was an impressive victory. Very, very impressive victory. I faded them in the spot, and they showed a couple things here. I don't think they're tough enough and big enough to win in the playoffs. And I kind of liken that to, well, if you're not tough enough and big enough to win in the playoffs, you're not tough enough and big enough to win on the road down the stretch across the continent against teams that are battling for the playoffs. And they showed that they were well worth the 3-2 victory at Washington. I did cash on the under 6.5, but I lost backing Washington. And the Flyers have won 3 straight games. And we talked about possibly no team needing to regroup as much as the Flyers under the intensity of Rick Tocchet, having Rick Tocchet, leave and go coach in the Olympics. And they all said it. They're like, it's a breath of fresh air being back. And they've shown some renewed hope. We have Dan Vladar and Vitek Vanacek listed. Vanacek's been bad, listed as likely 2.93 goals against, average 884 save percentage. Vladar 908 save percentage. But he has been very good of late. And he was, very good in the Olympics. He's rolling right now. He's playing at a high level, and unders are hitting for the Philadelphia Flyers. My plan to back the Philadelphia Flyers stopped when I got to the Flyers injury report, and we're talking about day-to-days, but I guess when it comes down to it, now Nick Seeler with the lower body injury is a problem, but I don't think I want the Flyers without Konechny. This is not a team with a lot of offensive skill. Now he's dealing with an upper body injury, and it's just a day-to-day. Either of them could be in the lineup, but that was enough to give me cold feet on the Flyers. The Flyers opened up at plus 111. They're now plus 112. They did go down to plus 103. There was an early move towards them. It has since come back. From a total side of things here, we have the 5.5. It's minus 120 to the over. So we've had the under 5.5 was plus 109. Now it's plus 104. A slight 5-cent move towards the under. I've got no action on this game. Take it away for us, Bobano. Mammoth Flyers at Xfinity Mobile Arena.
Yeah, this is a no bet for me. I'm going to pass on this game. I wanted to bet Utah. I don't feel comfortable at this price range on the road again with Vitek Vanacek confirmed in net for them. He hasn't played in a very long time. His numbers aren't that bad this season, but when you're talking about 2.93 goals against, 884 save percentage, his win-loss record is bad, 3-9 for Vitek Vanacek this year for the Utah Mammoth. And he hasn't started since, January 27th is the last time we've seen him in net. So when you're talking, a month and a half since a guy's played, I'm not really rushing to bet a team with a goaltender in that situation. Philadelphia, to their credit, they beat Boston, they beat Toronto, back-to-back wins, trying to garner some momentum going into this one here. This is one where I kind of lean to the draw again, but I don't like this draw enough to take it. That said, I could see this one, East versus West. Being a situation, you know what? I'm looking now at I think I might change my mind on this because I'm seeing that, each of the last two meetings have actually gone to overtime with these two teams. Yeah, why not? I did think there were some parameters that said the draw. Yeah, give me the draw here too, plus 320.
All right, we have the draw here.
It makes too much sense to me. East versus West. We know the other team's not going to care if the other team gets points. It should be close. They've been overtime magnets lately. So, yeah, I'm in.
So, I don't think a team with Christian Dvorak as your first-line center will make the playoffs. Noah Cates is their second-line center. I'm looking at this lineup saying, can I still back it without Konechny in it? And I don't know.
They won without him against Toronto, but this is different. This is much different. Yeah. Tonight's the night you might need him a little bit. And he had been rolling. Like, he'd been racking up points, been scoring goals for them before his absence.
Vladar is playing very well.
Very well. Very well.
He's got a 1.64 goals against average, 942 save percentage since he's returned.
I don't want to go against him either with this group. That's another reason why I leaned Utah. That's another reason I stayed off it. I think Vladar's got an edge over Vanacek, and I like Vladar's form right now.
He's allowed 2 or fewer goals in 5 straight games.
Yep.
So quickly on the Mammoth, is this squad capable of winning on the road consistently across the continent, which would also therefore mean that they can win some playoff games? Do you trust Utah to? This is a very tough.
Tonight's going to determine. That's why it's a great watch game for me. They did finally play a great road game, one of their best road games in a while against Washington, but they needed their head coach to kick them in the ass to do it because Andre Thur, he called them out after they lost to Chicago at home. He said, we can't play like that. And he got their attention. They played a great 60-minute effort on the road against Washington to get that win. They responded to their coach calling them out. Now you've won. You had the coach kicking your ass to play that way against Washington. Now can you play that way off a win? Coach has gotten off your back now. Can you do it again and put it together? Because keep in mind, this team's road record is still not great, overall this season, Utah. So that's the question going into this game tonight. I'm not willing to bet on it, that's for sure.
Look at this lineup, though. Keller, Schmaltz, and Gunther. Kraus, Cooley, and Peterka. There's a little bit of size there. Yamamoto.
Yeah, they have the forward edge over Philly. There's no doubt. Yeah,
but they have no size.
Yeah.
I mean, Yamamoto, Hayton, and McBain.
Yes.
That's not a third line in the playoffs.
No.
They have no size.
No group, and you wear them down over a best-of-7 series, right? Yeah.
So I am going to have interest in the Flyers in the under. I'm going to see if that interest gets to a point where I have enough confidence and conviction.
How about Utah team total under? How about you consider that? I mean,
do
you trust Vanacek enough for the full game under? That's the only question. Yeah.
But I think it's also, the Philadelphia just doesn't score. They can't score. It's very difficult for them to score. You'd think
They
with
have to
Zegras
generate a lot just to get two goals or 3 goals out of them. There's truth to that,
and
100%.
Drysdale better step up because Gauthier is going to score his 40th at some point this year. Imagine having him on their top 6 forward group. All right, Bobano on the draw. That was plus 320 for Bobano. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Well, here is the game that I have invested in. I've not even looked and seen how the line is moved. This was my invest game. TJ and I had talked about it, 24, 36 hours before the game started. I put it out all on the table for you guys on Tuesday. What Pittsburgh has been doing is spectacular. And I do not believe they will keep it up down the stretch. They will not be scoring over 4 goals a game and holding opponents to 2 goals a game. They will not be able to just handle the loss of Sid the Kid with impunity. I faded them against Boston and I bet the under, and they both cashed easily. And I'm not stopping. I'm on the Buffalo Sabres. I'm going to be fading Pittsburgh while they're at this high, this enormous market high, which they richly deserve. I just don't believe they can continue it, especially down the stretch right before the playoffs in a National Hockey League full of parity and rivalry. I have 3 bets in this game, and again, I'll have to take a look and see what the lines have done. I'm on the Sabres at minus 111. I'm on Buffalo Pittsburgh under 6.5 at minus 112. And I'm on the Penguins team total under 3 at minus 104. Let's take a look and see what we're dealing with line history-wise. The 6.5 available at some books, a better line than I got. Some are a little bit worse. There's a sharp book here with a minus 123 on the 6.5. On the money line, you still can basically get what I got. It's available at some books. It's just sitting here at minus 111 or minus 112. Well, it's a little bit concerning. Irish King is on Pittsburgh moneyline. Philly Eagle Flyer is on the Sabres. Drewski also on the Penguins moneyline. And TJ's moved heavily on the Sabres here in this spot. And I'm a believer in the Buffalo Sabres. I think that's, and their size. And you know what? Kindle has been spectacular. They've got young players playing at a very high level. We know what Rust can do, and Raquel's been playing very well since he became a Pittsburgh Penguin. I just don't buy it. Shelovs will be in between the pipes for the Pittsburgh Penguins, and he has also been very good. He's won 5 of his last 6 games, 1.68 goals against, average .939 save percentage. Going up against Luukkonen. Luukkonen has also been very, very good. Now, he's only played 2 games since the Olympic break, 1.51 goals against, average .955 save percentage. I'm very comfortable with my action here. Drewski giving us a final score where I will lose all 3 bets. And these things do happen, Drewski. But I do. Lex Steele says, don't stop believing in Pittsburgh. I'm very comfortable with my situation, Lex, my man. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Sabres, Penguins.
I'm with you. I mean, it's cheap on Buffalo. And I think Buffalo, too, they didn't play well in the last game before the break against this Pittsburgh team at home. They lost 5-2 right before the Olympic break against the Penguins. So a little revenge spot, too, for the Sabres. I'm with you. The Pittsburgh, great job coming out of the break without Crosby. Reality is going to start to sink in. Okay, you beat Vegas. Vegas has been struggling. You beat New Jersey coming out of the break. They stink. You played a good Boston team. You finally lost, and the offense finally dried up. I think Buffalo, too, like I said, losing at home to Pittsburgh, payback time. Now, my one concern here is Shelov. Shelov's been great. Shelov's is 5-1 in his last 6 starts, 2 goals or less in all 5 of the wins. He has played really well, but I got to think that it's going to come back down to earth a little bit for him. And Buffalo's scoring. Their power play's been good, of late. Tage Thompson's been amazing for this team. They've won 4 in a row. Like I said, they lost at home to Pittsburgh. Redemption spot for Buffalo. Better team. Cheap price. Yeah, I'm with you here. Buffalo for me as well. Minus 104.
Wow, nice line. Minus 104.
Holly Market. Thank you for them for that
minus
price.
104 is a thing of beauty. Look, it's going to be a fun game. We don't have to agree, us in the chat. Osby in the house says, don't hit in that 20th today, says Osby. Peanut also on the Sabres money line and -0.5 in regulation. Philly Eagle Flyer on the Sabres Jackets sends a parlay. And look, the opportunity to sell the Pittsburgh Penguins this high is one I'm going to hammer until it goes away, and I believe it will go away at some point. 7 p.m. Eastern with the Florida Panthers 30, 28-3, 14-0 on the road. At the Columbus Blue Jackets 31, 21-8, 16-8-5 at home Nationwide Arena in Columbus, Ohio. You know, it's going to be very interesting to see what the Panthers do down the stretch here because they're not making the playoffs. Daniil Tarasov's going to play more than Bobrovsky. Tarasov's in tonight. Bobrovsky's going to – this is his last few weeks as a Florida Panther. I don't know if he gets traded here. There's been a lot of talk about it, especially up in Edmonton. But it's a very tricky situation there with cap-related issues. Tarasov looked great. That it was a 3-2 loss to the Sabres, but he played great. Stopped 36 to 38 shots, 947 save percentage. He looked very good. The Blue Jackets are rolling here. They're absolutely rolling. I've not moved on this game. We got Jet in goal. He's been very good. 19, 12, and 7, 2.65 goals against average, 908 save percentage. He looked great against Nashville. In his last 9 games, 2.34 goals against average, 914 save percentage. Florida, 3-game losing streak. Columbus rolling right now. Peanut says Bob wants a new deal, and he will get one, but not from a team named the Florida Panthers, is the story. But, we'll see how that all banks out. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. Columbus at -110. The reason I think that Florida needs to be a very key team for us down the stretch because they get priced as the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champions. I mean, they are playing a team that's 16-8-5 at home. They're 14-14 on the road, and this is basically a pick 'em. If at some point we see the Panthers kind of letting go, Matthew Tkachuk sits out the last 10 or 15. I mean, they're still being priced at such a high point that we can make a lot of money off fading them. Is now the right time to fade them? That is the question, and let's see if Bobano can answer it for us. Panthers, Jackets, take it away.
Yeah, I'm going to step right in front of the 9-game win streak for the Florida Panthers over Columbus. I'll take the Jackets here in this game. I cashed with Columbus against the Rangers. I'm looking to bet Columbus at every reasonable opportunity, and I think tonight's another good opportunity. I think stick a fork in Florida. They're done. If you can't beat New Jersey and you get pummeled 5-1, why should I trust you to beat Columbus here tonight? That was a horrendous effort. All I needed to see was Florida in a must-win spot against a team that's out of the playoffs in New Jersey. I wanted to, down in the third period, I wanted to see what kind of response. You know what response we got? They got outshot 12-2 by the New Jersey Devils. New Jersey in the third period the other night with their season on the line in that 5-1 loss. It's over. See you next season. Make some decisions tomorrow what you're going to do with some of these pending free agents. But no, cheap price Columbus. The one little bit minor fear I have is Tarasov's going to get the start. Not that I trust him to be good, but he is against his former team. And guys usually want to play well when they're up against their former team. That's not enough to keep me off Columbus here. Another cheap price. Also -104 here with the Blue Jackets.
Blue Jackets -104 for Bobano. It makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense after that last loss. I mean, the Panthers are just going to lose out. I said it about the Wings Knights game yesterday. Now, it was the only game I didn't bet. But I was like, and it's part of, loving the sport. But I found it impossible to believe that the Knights wouldn't show some character and heart. They're not a heartless group. No one's calling the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champions a heartless group.
It's not a lack of heart. They're just not good right now. Too many injuries this year, and I think they're gassed. They're tired. They played a shit ton of hockey. That looked like a tired hocky team. You can't give more than that. I don't think it's a want to issue. They think there's nothing energy wise left. Nothing. Yeah.
It's I get it. I'm gonna look at it a little bit longer too. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 8 p.m. Eastern with the Boston Bruins, 34-21-5, 11-13-4 on the road. Nashville Predators, 27-26-8, 16-13-3 at home. We're at Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. One of the real serious, concerning injuries is to arguably the most valuable person on the market right now, and that is Ryan O'Reilly. Now, the West is so weak that, Preds can still get a wild card spot. But O'Reilly at his price point, once again, like $4.5 million, is so valuable here. And he's day to day with a face injury. He will miss tonight's action. And, he's fine. But maybe they're holding him out also to be traded here. Zalok Entertainment, thank you for the very kind words, my friend. Thank you for the kind words. This is going to be a great show today. Bobano for NHL, Spooner for college basketball, and then Brizzy and LJ for NBA, and Jose Bouquet tying it all together for us. But thank you for the kind words. Irish King says the Boston Bruins money line. I've been a big backer of the Bruins this year, and they've been a team that's worked very well for me. I've also been a capper who's been very afraid of fading the Predators. They're just a dangerous team. Earlier in the year, they were, in the market as one of the worst teams in the National Hockey League. They were clearly better than that, and I've been very hesitant to fade them. But this is a team that has now lost 3 straight games, has scored 6 goals over those 3 games, and it's time to trade assets, you would think. The Bruins are fully on their way to get back into the playoffs, and they're coming off a nice 2-1 home victory over Pittsburgh. They're playing very clean hockey, and they're a team that I trust here and want to back. Swayman and Saros is the expected starters here. Let's get into line history and hand this over to Ian Cameron. Line history-wise, we have Boston at minus 101. Minus 101. There's been almost no movement. Minus 102 to minus 101. And then from a total side of things here, we have a 6. It's minus 122 to the over. And I think the question is, and I will go through the roster, but how much exactly, do they suffer down the middle without Ryan O'Reilly taking every key face off and being such a key cog on special teams? So it's Haula, Jost, Weisblatt. That is a really weak group, man. Ryan O'Reilly's so important. They also traded McCarron. They made 2 trades yesterday. You could tell that Stamkos was, saddened by watching McCarron leave. I was surprised how much McCarron was worth. I guess, 6'6", center, 230, 235 is very helpful in the playoffs. Take it away, Bobano. Is this a spot after 2 trades and Ryan O'Reilly being injured where we should, just like Irish King is intimating, put our foot down on the throat of the Predators? Take it away.
I sure want to bet Boston here. My only hesitancy is this road record of theirs. It's them on the road. It's constant for the Bruins. I love them at home the other night against Pittsburgh. I was on the Ice Guys show. I used it as best bet on Tuesday, the Boston Bruins against Pittsburgh. But they have been amazing at home. They're 11-17 on the road. It's just not a very good road team. That's the only thing that I'm hung up on here. But it's Boston or pass for me. I don't want Nashville. It's a team that's lost 3 in a row. I think they're fading out of it. I think now they're heading more into sell mode. They were hanging around there for quite some time. Now, as you mentioned, with the trade of Michael McCarron, and now you've got O'Reilly out of the lineup, you're very thin down the middle. That's just the reality right now for the Nashville Predators. Swayman and Saros expected to be the goaltenders here for this game. It just feels like Boston should win this. I'm telling you, it does. Now, but again, the problem is they've lost 4 straight on the road, and they've lost to the likes of the New York Rangers on the road, Philadelphia on the road. They've just been. They've actually lost 5 straight road games, going all the way back to. They've won 1 road game since the beginning of January. 1. That's pretty remarkable to see that. Oh, sorry, they've won 2, I think. Yeah, Chicago and Vancouver. And they aren't any good, those 2 teams. Yikes. But I'm very, very tempted to take Boston here. I am. I just feel like Nashville is I'm gonna move on Boston. Give me Boston.
I think you should. I think I should. I think we should.
You're gonna win on the road eventually. You're the better team, and this is cheap. If Boston's the much better team right now, and I think they are, eventually, you got to go on the road and win a hockey game. They should in this case. Plus 100 is the best price I see right now with the Bruins. I'll take it.
I think that, we are fortunate, sort of, with this Bruins struggles.
They have dominated Nashville, as Slatsy says. That's the one thing that's on their side. They have 7-3 in the last 10 meetings. Yeah.
But, taking Ryan O'Reilly and McCarron off of the Predators. Now, I know these are centermen, and this is not the best example, but all of you guys remember what the Capitals looked like without Protas and Tom Wilson? You take 6'6" Protas, 6'4" Tom Wilson off the team, and you're like, well, we can push these guys around. We can do whatever we want to the Capitals all of a sudden. And, Ryan O'Reilly and McCarron are big, big bodies. And this isn't the big bad Bruins, of the old days, but Lindholm, Zacha, Minton, and Kuraly, you have an enormous advantage down the middle, winning face-offs, controlling the pace. I think it has to be bet. So we have Irish King on the Bruins. We have the Solution on the Bruins. We have Bobano on the Bruins. We have Slatsy.
If Boston doesn't win tonight, it'll be a long time before I'm betting them on the road again. That's all that much I will tell you.
This has to be a must.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm right with you. We got Res Mob here.
Come on, Bruins. Win a road game, for crying out loud. Come on.
7 Fire in the house. Great to see all of you guys. Thank you for joining us here. We have in the National Hockey League. We have 13 minutes left here with Ian Cameron, and we have 3 games left to break down. So let's continue rolling because we have another interesting one here. I just copy and pasting our guy, Res Mob's action. Chosen one in the house. Great to see you. We have Tampa Bay Lightning, 38-17-4, 19-17-4 on the road at the Winnipeg Jets, 24-26-10, 13-11-5 at home. The Lightning coming off the 5-1 loss at the Minnesota Wild. And I told you guys, you have to get me to – it's very hard for me not to bet on the Minnesota Wild. So if you're going to threaten me with a plus 130 or whatever it was that I got, well, I'm just going to bet it every time against every single team in the National Hockey League, like we did against the Avalanche, like we did. Now, the problem is the St. Louis Blues go into Minnesota and wax them 3-1. So they're a tricky team to back, but they just smacked the Tampa Bay Lightning in the mouth. The Lightning know that all of a sudden it's the Sabres that are climbing the ranks now in second place. Gonsalves is hurt. So is Nick Paul. He's been out for a long, long time for the Tampa Bay Lightning. The Winnipeg Jets are playing without their best 2 defensemen in Morrissey and Pionk. They're also playing without Colin Miller. They got Hayden Fleury back, but Niederreiter, Vladislav Nemesnikov out too. The playoffs are, not going to happen. They'll have to focus on 2026, 2027 here. So this should be a Lightning bounce back spot, one would assume. Let's take a look at the line history and hand this over to Ian. We have the Jets here. The total opened up at 5.5, heavily juiced to the over. Now it's a 6 minus 118 to the under. Those days when, all I wanted were Jets unders, they're gone. I mean, Hellebuck is not about to win his 4th Vezina. You did look great in the Olympics. Now we've had this huge line move towards the Lightning, and I think it's warranted. Minus 160 to minus 190. Now it was I held off at first here, but this seems like it's probably a must bet, betting the Lightning to bounce back after getting slapped in the mouth. I fear fading Winnipeg at home, and it's just a vividness bias. It's bullshit. It's nothing to do with what they're doing this year. I just have a vividness bias of backing them or staying off at home. Take it away, Ian. Lightning Jets.
Oh yeah, I understand it. Like the Jets have been spunky, at home and over the course of the season. And actually, to be honest, over against Tampa Bay, they've done very well against them here at home. In years past, Tampa Bay first 3-game losing streak, in quite some time, and so they kind of need a little bit of a bounce back here going into this game. The one thing I'm going to lean on here is I think they can get it. I mean, I know Winnipeg, they come back to beat Chicago the other night, but before that they lose to Anaheim, they lose to San Jose. They did beat Vancouver in a shootout, but their 2 wins are Vancouver and Chicago. So since the Olympic break, so to me, we just can't get too carried away about what they've done. I think Tampa Bay has a bounce back game in them, and I think they can do it offensively here. So what I'm going to do rather than lay the price is I'm going to take Tampa over 3.5 team total plus 106 is the price with that. I believe it's 4 or 5 in a row between these teams in Winnipeg. Lightning, Jets have gone over the total. I think this Jets blue line that's still a little bit depleted is going to struggle. I could see Winnipeg at home, though, getting on the board at least a couple of times. So at 5.5, count me in for the over here, minus 118.
Over 5.5, minus 118 as well. I think the Lightning on the -1 line should be bet. I probably should have come to that conclusion at first, but the biases that we have really cause a problem here.
Yeah.
Thank you for the kind words, DC Capper, my man. Love to see you here. Robert Cherry in the house. Dizzy, ready to go. Lucky Lefty. Great to see all of you guys. Let's roll on. 2 more games here with the great Ian Cameron. 9 p.m. Eastern. Ottawa Senators, Calgary Flames, Scotiabank Saddledome in Calgary, Alberta. You know, the Dallas line against Calgary was nuts. And it scared me off. And we had Cappers in the chat saying, don't be scared. Nasty Nate was saying, smash the Stars. Everybody was saying, smash the Stars. LJ from H told me the Stars is play of the day. And I was like, I didn't understand how it could be a 90-cent difference, $1 difference. I know second half back-to-back, but it just didn't make sense to me. And, of course, the Flames get absolutely destroyed. I almost never fade a team that gets annihilated. And I didn't. This is such a the Senators still have hopes. The Senators are still, and they're way out. They're over 5 points out of the wild card. They need to win now and immediately and go on a run. And that trumped the fact that the Flames had lost 6-1. I should have bet this at -155. I would have got the -1 of the plus number. I waited too long. And we are not alone here with the Ottawa Senators. Our friend Ronnie Crawford, who may join us now at Pubapalooza 5. Ronnie Crawford, spreadsheet play of the day. If you're listening at work on headphones, you might want to turn it down for a second. The spreadsheet play of the day is the Ottawa Senators, and I moved on them as well. -1 at -106. Shout out to Ronnie Crawford. We have this line now at -170. It opened up at -155. There was a couple times where it moved towards the Flames. It never got down past -150. But now we've seen this legit move towards the Ottawa Senators. From a total side of things here, we have a 6. It's opened up -115 to the under. Now it's -119 to the under. 4-cent move to the under. I was astonished. Wolf started playing better. When you go to Money Puck or you go to any of these, advanced analytics for goaltending, I'm astonished that Wolf is having such a horrible season. And he started to look a little better. And then I don't know what to do with the whole Flames goaltending crew, whether to be more excited if Cooley's in or not. And then we have this question marks around the Ottawa goaltending all year long. So maybe any game the Ottawa Senators are in should be an over. Maybe they're similar to the Edmonton Oilers in that regard. Take it away, Bobano. Senators, Flames.
Well, in that vein, you talked about a team total and a full game over with Winnipeg, Tampa. The same thing for me here. Ottawa team total over 3.5 at +116. And I'm also on that over 5.5 here in this game at -112. With the Senators and the Flames. Full game over 5.5 -112, and the team total over 3.5 +116. Yeah, I think Ottawa gets 4. I mean, remember about this Calgary team. This is a defense that's really feeling it right now, obviously. And really, this goes back to Rasmus Anderson, weeks ago when he got traded to Vegas. They have not been defending well. They've been giving up way too many glorious chances. They get hemmed in, caved in their own zone. And Ottawa is a dominant puck possession team. Like, they are going to control the flow in this game. Like, they usually have the better of the play. Edmonton game was a rare exception, but, you had Edmonton obviously chasing the game, and that's why, they piled up the shots there in that game. They will control this from start to finish. They'll eventually break down this very depleted, depth-shy Calgary blue line and get to 4 goals in my mind. I also think, Calgary will chip in just enough here in this game for over 5.5, and there's a lot of over history with these two teams head-to-head, and the games in Calgary, specifically with Ottawa, Calgary over the years have trended over as well. So there you go. Those are my 2 looks.
Team total over 3.5, +116, over 5.5, -112. I'm on the Senators -1 here. And so I was thinking about you when I placed the bet, because our final game on the board here, Islanders Kings. This is the first time in my entire life that I can remember where I'm like, you know what? I bet you the coaching change means less than losing Fiala for the season. Who cares that you have Panarin and now not having Quentin Byfield in the lineup? I was afraid to back the Avalanche on the second half of the back-to-back in DJ Smith's first game while coaching the Kings.
They played with great energy. They did. They really did play hard, LA. And they played with great energy, but they didn't play smart. They didn't manage the puck. You can't turn the puck over like they did. And the transition defense has been awful going back to the last few games when Jim Hiller, before he got fired. Like, they are not defending well. They're totally out of position in their own zone. Their transition, they're giving up rush chances. Transition D is awful. And look, they're going to play this style now under DJ Smith, where it's fire wagon hockey, up and down, up and down. That's what he wants. That's what he coached in Ottawa. So they're gonna either live or die playing that way, Jimmy.
But I think that they're not a good hockey team. And you take Byfield off the ice. Byfield also is stick penalties. Not like Byfield. Now, I love his aggression. I love the way he forechecks. But God, have two hands on the stick and keep it down on the ice. So when Byfield's off the ice, you lose so many things. You lose so many things that I was like, I like the under here. And I got cold feet on that. It's a very low number. I was like, let me sit on that one. We have I have been blinded now. I can almost not talk about the Islanders because Matthew Schaefer is all I see. I see the greatest young defenseman I've ever seen. He's going to break the rookie goal scoring record here in the stretch run. He's absolutely spectacular. And he makes this average hockey team really good. And this is the youngest, I've never seen a player this young having such a big effect on the Islanders. I would never back a team flying across the continent. I know that the Ducks were dealing with injuries, but I'm so blinded by Schaefer. I was on the Islanders and I took it, man. It was awful. And then I'm sitting going, well, I want to go back to the Islanders. I don't care that DJ Smith's the new coach. They're Fiala gone for the year. There's no Quentin Byfield. They're dealing with injuries. The Islanders must win this game. And so the Islanders just lost 5-1. They were out playing. Riddick looked terrible. So I was like, you know what? Just invest in the Islanders and shut up. And that's what I did. I'm on the Islanders first period and full game. I don't know what, when I'm so hesitant to make a move, I don't know why I need to double down. I guess it's the gambler in me. But I have doubled down. I'm on the Islanders first period. I'm on the Islanders full game. I got lines where I was like, I couldn't help myself. Islanders first period at plus 112, full game at plus 118. Let's get into the line history and hand our final spot on the board over to Bobano. The 5.5 minus 115 to the over. We've had a 12-cent move to the over. And hearing, the DJ Smith brand of hockey that Bobano was speaking of, I get it. This total or the side here, the Islanders are plus 113. They opened up at plus 116. Bobano, our final spot on the board. Take it away, my friend.
No argument here. I like the Islanders too. I mean, this is not the coach bump. This is not coach bump time. This is a different situation here. LA's got a ton of injuries, and that's a big injuries. Like Fiala's a big deal. Byfield's a big deal. The blue line, they had 3 rookies in the lineup the other night. And credit to one of them, Angus Booth, who got his first NHL goal in his first NHL game. The one thing I'll say about those rookies, though, they played hard. They didn't always play smart, and a lot of mistakes defensively. But the Islanders are more prone to take advantage of those kind of mistakes. And look, DJ Smith said he's going to play an aggressive style, up and down. He's going to let this team, try to play to their strengths offensively. We'll have to see, where that gets them. But they're going to play, more of a trade chances style of play compared to Jim Hiller, and they're going to live or die playing that way. We'll see if Darcy Kemper is in net. He's missed the last 2 games. Anton Forsberg, believe it or not, he played well in the loss against Colorado. It could have been worse if not for Anton Forsberg against the Avalanche earlier this week. But I think when you look at this situation here, it's not a bad situation for the Islanders here in this game. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to go team total for the Islanders. Over 2.5 minus 118, as well as that money line at plus 116 on the New York Islanders. So I've got a split between plus 116 money line and team total over 2.5 minus 118 for the Islanders. And I'm also on this full game over 5.5 plus 100 for the total full game. It's going to be an over pace from an LA standpoint, because that's what you get with DJ Smith, up and down. And, it went over barely, but it went over 5.5 against Colorado. 5.5 totals for the LA are overvalued right now. Now, again, they do have some offensive injuries. You got to hope that for LA to contribute to this game going over the total, you need Kempe to step up. You need Laferriere to step up for the LA Kings up front. Those are the guys that are going to have to, make it happen for them. tonight. Panarin, let's see him get going here for them. You're going to need some of your depth guys like Warren Fogle to chip in as well. But I think they will here against the Islanders. The Islanders can't, give up chances. They have certainly done that lately, especially the last 2 games against Florida and Anaheim. So I think the LA Kings will get on the board, but the Islanders will score more than LA, win the game, go over the team total. And at 5.5, I still think there's value with Kings games up and over.
I like it. I like it a lot. Wow. Colton Parayko blocks a trade to the Sabres. Well, the rest of the NHL is lucky. Because imagine if they added that size to their defense. I mean, wow. Unbelievable. Drewski says the Islanders can't score. I used to believe that. I stopped believing that.
Last night they couldn't, but come on. You watch that game. Billy Husso played unbelievable in that game. Like that, and I was shocked he played that well. That guy hadn't played since January, and I thought he'd be rusty a little bit. And I lost over 6.5 in that Islanders-Ducks game because it didn't get any help from the Islanders. Anaheim did all the work, but couldn't get more than 1 goal out of the Islanders. So that was frustrating. And I can tell you, I watched that game. The Islanders had had chances. They had looks. They generated a lot. Husso was just unbelievably out of his skull good last night.
He was, which he does sometimes. It's crazy. Yeah. I've actually timed it when at times.
So I can't look at that last night and say, well, the Islanders can't score. Last night they couldn't score, but they had a million good chances, and the puck just didn't go in, and the goalie was great. I think tonight it goes in for them.
Yeah, I mean, I see the Islanders as a team that can score here. 2.89 goals per game. Yeah, at this point in the season, it's the bottom third in the league, but they've been different with Schaefer as he has started to explode. Great job, Ian, my friend. Let's do a review of all action here on the show. Then we'll hear a little bit about what's going on, Hitting the Books YouTube channel, NBA OG show, and the Ice Guys. So let's roll. Bobano is on the draw at plus 320 in Leafs Rangers, and I'm on the under 6 at minus 108. I think the Leafs are going to have a tough time scoring goals now, and especially against goalie like Shesty. I wonder if I want the first period under. I do know that there's not a ton of intensity defensively here. Then Bobano's on the draw at plus 320 in Mammoth, Philly. The Flyers, the under, or Utah team total under is what I'll be focusing on afterwards. We are both on the Buffalo Sabres, but I went all in this one. I'm also on the under 6.5 and the Penguins team total under 3. Bobano is on the Jackets. I'm interested in joining him. Bruins plus 100 for Bobano. I'm very interested in joining him too. We kind of got there through the cap. The Lightning, I think, should be bet on the -1 line. I got to get over this hesitancy of fading the Winnipeg Jets at home. Wonder if this is going to be the first real down streak for the Lightning. I'm going to sit with it longer. Bobano on the Sens team total over 3.5 and the over 5.5. I'm on the Sens -1. Bobano on the Islanders team total over 2.5. Full game plus 116 and the over 5.5 and plus 1. What was the juice? Sorry, on the over 5.5?
For which?
The over 5.5 and Islanders Kings.
It's just even money plus 100.
Plus 100. Okay, yeah. So okay. I would. I am very interested in joining you on that team total over with the Islanders, but I've already got the first period and the full game, and the 3 units is something that does make me nervous to have in. Excellent job, my friend. Thank you so much for rocking with us. Ian, tell us a little bit about what's going on with the big shows, Ice Guys, NBA OG show, and of course the Hitting the Books YouTube channel alongside Connor Mack.
Lakers Nuggets over. Raptors. There's a couple NBA picks. People are asking. That's what I like tonight. 2 of my favorites. But yeah, as far as NBA, or sorry, not NBA, as far as all the shows, yeah, NBA show. Speaking of NBA OG crew betting show. You want more NBA picks from me? Tune in. Ski, Dutch, Wham, and yours truly, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, NBA OG crew betting show, Monday to Friday. Connor Mack and I with the Hitting the Books show, Monday and Tuesday college basketball shows, Wednesday, Friday, members of the channel shows for members only, Wednesdays and Fridays, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, Hitting the Books. And, of course, the Ice Guys, 7 days a week, NHL, 2 p.m. Eastern weekdays, noon Eastern weekends. Jimmy, good luck to you. Everyone in the chat, good luck. Let's make some money. We'll see you next week.
There he is, Ian Cameron in the house here. We move on to college basketball. That is our segment. We're going to have Spooner joining us here very, very soon. But what I can do is I can start setting up games here that he's going to be talking about. And I can also start going over my own action here. And so the way I've got the show set up is we're going to go over Spooner's bets. And that's the first thing we're going to do. Then we're going to roll in. Oh, let's see what's going on in the confidence too with the pool. Do we want so $50. So we have the vote up top. How much do you want to buy in for the confidence pool and the PSR bracket challenge? The $50 is winning the way, and we are going to let this poll dictate how we handle things. So please vote if you have time. If you can, take a second and vote. So I have moved on East Carolina Pirates at plus 9.5. Maryland Eastern Shore minus 6.5. By the way, Peanut saying Sergachev is a game time decision for the Mammoth. I didn't know that. La Tech plus 8.5 minus 105. The Florida A&M Rattlers a plus 2.5. I am also here on Fairfield double result. I did invest, so I was having a problem struggling with the double downs, and I doubled down, and then I hit 2 double downs in a row, and I'm doubling down on Fairfield. At first, the line was moving in my direction. It has slipped back here. So we have Fairfield double result, Fairfield minus 5.5. Mississippi Valley State plus 10.5 is my action that I have bet. And then I have a bunch of games that I want to pitch to our guy Spooner if we have time. Justin saying he's with me on East Carolina plus 9.5. I look forward to breaking it all down. We have Salty Pete in the house. And as you see with our voting here, Harbor Acres Cottage is going to be a big part of our March Madness here at Pub Sports Radio. And we're really excited about the partnership. So the first thing we want settled is how much should the entry be? And then you're going to hear bonuses. You're going to hear a whole bunch of fun here for March Madness at Pub Sports Radio. And we have a capper who we want heavily involved in all of our March Madness action. One of the stars here at Pub Sports Radio, one of the hosts of Walk Off Wagers alongside Wine Time Sports, the star of Thursdays here on Betting with the Bag, and one of the stars of the Sauce Network alongside Kyle Kerms, ready to talk college basketball. Things are heating up. We got conference play afoot. We have Lucas Ryan at Arch Madness in St. Louis as we speak, so we'll be hearing from him as well. Please welcome our friend Morgan Spooner to the show. Spoon Dog, what's happening, man? How are you?
Doing pretty well. Good start to the young month so far, and just want to keep that going. We got a bunch of good basketball games today. Shout out Lucas Ryan. Jealous of you. That's got to be a fun tournament to be at. Stacks, too, got to go to some tournament action last night.
Yeah, man. He was on the Colonials. Bobby Mo Cassius form right in front of him. That's a good feeling, you know? Good feeling. Pay for every... Now, don't need to worry about $150 tickets, man. That was $15 to go see the Colonials. God, it's a nice life. It's a nice life. It can be. We are capable of making it. Let's get to work. We're going to go through. So this is, I think, what's the most helpful for gamblers. The most important thing on this segment is Spooner's action. So we'll always start with Spooner's bets. We'll go through Spooner's bets. There's a couple that he might be moving on that we're going to go through. Then we're going to go through my actual action. I think that's the most important for the, our cappers in the chat to hear what I've actually moved on and what Spooner thinks of it. And then we'll get to the leans and the possible moves, and we're not going to get to them all, so then we're going to need Jose to roll with us. But let's get to work, and we will try to move as quickly as possible. The first spot on the board for Morgan Spooner, 6 p.m. action in Atlantic City, the Jim Whelan Boardwalk Hall, home of our very own wager detective. Sacred Heart Pioneers 13-18, 9-11 in the Metro Atlantic. At the Iona Gales 18-13, 10-10 in the Metro Atlantic. Iona won 3 of 4 closing out the regular season, and that only loss was at Merrimack in double overtime. They clearly started playing good basketball. Sacred Heart's only 2 losses, at Fairfield and at Marist. I think you could make, excuses for both of those spots they were in. They started playing quite a bit better after, because they had a real serious 6-game losing streak, 2 games in the conference play, and they changed that around. They started rolling. They won 5 straight games, and if you're looking for when they played Iona, it was a long time ago. You got to go all the way back to December 7th. They lost at home 81-69 to Iona, and that was their only matchup with them. So there's not like fresh revenge or anything of that nature. Let's touch on the line history and hand this over to our guy, Morgan Spooner. We have Iona right now -3.5 at -116. 3.5 -116. This opened up at -3, and 2 hours later, it's a -2. Full point move to Sacred Heart. Now we're all the way back with Iona large and in charge at -3.5 at -116. Teams that were only a game apart in the Metro Atlantic here. So there was no, I think the -3 was in fact, probably showed strength in Iona. It wasn't a questionable line. Let's hear from Morgan Spooner here. Pioneers, Gales in Atlantic City.
I think this is a really nice Iona spot. I moved on the 2.5 last night at the -110. I still like it at 3. I'd rather not have the 3.5 if you were looking to play this now. I bet you'd be able to get a 3 throughout the day or even just live quickly. But these are two teams that, as you mentioned, their records reflect similar play. But Iona had a much higher ceiling coming into this season than what Sacred Heart did. I believe Iona will have the best player on the floor here tonight. They have more money invested in their NIL than any team in this conference. I think CJ Anthony is going to show up. This is a guy that was recruited by Power 4 schools and is playing in an MAAC tournament. This time of year, the best players show up, the best coaches show up. There's been a lot of talk about Iona this season underperforming. Dan Garrio's first season as a coach. It's time to show up. I think they have a really good matchup here with Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart's got a really good big man inside. Iona has 2 players over 6'10" that are able to kind of neutralize him, and Sacred Heart will play a lot of zone defense. And throughout the course of the season, Iona has seen so much zone in this MAAC. I think they're well prepared for it. I think this is a game that probably winds up with them winning by more than 2 possessions.
I'm interested in joining you. We spoke about this game yesterday, and I agreed with your spot on Iona -2.5, -110. It is now moved in your favor where it hadn't before, which had given me had stalled. I've not moved on this game. I like where you stand here and interested in joining. I was very excited that you wanted to talk about this next game, and I wasn't sure if you had officially moved on it. Let's discuss it. 6 p.m. Eastern. The James Madison Dukes, 18-14, 9-9 in the Sun Belt. The Southern Miss Golden Eagles, 16-15, 9-9 in the Sun Belt. We're the Pensacola Bay Center, Pensacola, Florida. This is the 3rd round of the Sun Belt Championship here, and I wanted to back James Madison first half, but just first half. I was a little tentative on the full game, and so I held off when you said that you wanted to talk about the game. We saw a really nice performance by James Madison yesterday. They win 87-72. They were in control all game long. Opened up as 4.5-point favorites over the Louisiana Raging Cajuns. Closed as 6.5-point favorites. Shot 59% from the field and just 23% from 3. But they were just, in control. Anytime it got down low, it was a very easy bucket for them. And I want to back them here. Southern Miss closed the season playing very well. Winners of 3 of their last 4. They beat Troy at home. They beat ODU at home. They lost a tight one against a tough Arkansas State team. And then they beat up on South Alabama on the road. It was all pretty impressive from them. They faced James Madison. On January 31st. They beat them. Southern Miss beat them 73-65. But I think that the second game, after you win that first game, you're not going home early. There's some pressure off. I like backing these teams first half, and I have a couple questions if we get deeper into the card. But this was one of them. I'm interested in James Madison first half. We have Justin McKelvey on James Madison in his pocket, and Toast in the house says, my friend TV Jones said Secret Heart was a lock, and he's with you, Spooner. Great to see Toasty here. Take it away for us, my friend. Dukes, Golden Eagles. We're down in Pensacola, Florida for the 3rd round of the Sun Belt.
This is one I've gone back and forth a little bit with. I ended up moving on this. I posted the -1.5, -110. You can get a -1, -110 right now. The money lines dropped just a little bit. This is a spot where I really like James Madison. If you look at the first matchup, this was basically a pick'em, a 1.5 point spread, slight favor to Southern Miss. And in that game, James Madison was missing one of their better players in Justin McBride. I think that's going to be a big difference maker in this game. Not only were they on the road, but they were missing a guy that in the last game gave him 20 points. So I think that's going to be a big difference maker if we factor in moving this line 2 to 3 points for the home court advantage and then another point for a big injury. I think James Madison is a little mispriced here. I think they played really good basketball coming down to the end, and I think it's pretty just like elementary capping just to say that Southern Miss already beat James Madison. It was a couple of possession victory, but just the way that was lined the first time without that player in there, I think this reflects that Madison shows up here today. Obviously, there's no question marks on who's motivated. Everybody wants to continue playing in this tournament. I think Madison has the better coach. I think they have the better roster. They also already lost the game, and I think that gives us value here in the line.
James Madison here from Morgan Spooner -1.5. Let's roll into more of Morgan Spooner's action. For his next bet, we head to the home of the Florida International Panthers, Ocean Bank Convocation Center in Miami, Florida. They are hosting the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders, who've won 3 straight games. Now, they've all come at home, but their last 2 road games were against tough spots. You know, they took Western Kentucky, who is in a real legit winning streak right now, all the way down to the wire, lost 82-80. Sam Houston is rolling, and they lost 78-70. If you want to compare that to what Florida International did when they went to Sam Houston, they lost 100-67. They lost by 33. So then they take out the last game we saw, Middle Tennessee. They take out New Mexico State in overtime. They've won 3 straight. They've won 4 of 6. And they faced Florida International at home and lost 88-84 in overtime. That was back on Wednesday, February 4th. So this has all of the makings of Rebenga, Middle Tennessee, going into FIU and taking them out. We know FIU is a tricky place to play. In that first matchup, Middle Tennessee opened up as 6.5 point favorites, closed as 5.5 point favorites, and lost that game by 4 in overtime. Spooner, take it away, your next spot on the board.
Yeah, I have Middle Tennessee in this matchup. I have I believe I have the money line in this. Yep, money line plus 126 here. This game has a ton to do with Conference USA standings here. The top 4 seeds will get buys. Actually, the top 6 seeds will get buys here. And Middle Tennessee has a chance to get on the opposite side of the bracket as Liberty. I think this is a really big spot for them. If we look at where they sit, there's 2 teams just a game ahead of them, and then 3 teams just a game behind them. So sitting here, if they don't win this game, they could fall very far back in this conference tournament race. I think this is a huge spot for Middle Tennessee. FIU sitting at 7-11. They're going to be in the 8 through 10 spots no matter what. There's a decent chance they even will have to play Middle Tennessee again in this tournament. So I think Middle Tennessee already losing one of these games. I think they're the better roster, and I think they're playing better basketball at this point in the season. One thing I kind of noted in this game was Middle Tennessee's their second leading scorer on the team only played 17 minutes in the last game. He was a senior, and it was senior night, so I assumed he was probably injured. Couldn't find anything from beat reporters, so I went back and I watched the game, and he had 2 turnovers, didn't play help defense, gave up like a wide open layup, and you just see the coach losing it on the sidelines, and he sits down the rest of the game. I think you're going to have a big step-up game from the rest of these players. They still found a way to win in overtime. I think this is a great spot for Middle Tennessee. Plus money here is a little bit absurd, and I think that line's coming down.
It is coming down. It opened up at 2.5. It's now 1.5. Sharper books have even moved it to a 1. 58% of tickets, 73% of the cash, according to Odds Logic. And this is a 1 now at Circa and Superbook. If you want to join Spoons on Middle Tennessee, which I do, probably best to move as soon as possible. Let's move on to the next spot on the board because it is not just a Morgan Spooner bet. He's not alone. Spooner on Morgan State -5.5. And the taint play of the day is Morgan State. Our guy, Matty Ice, says it's a little different for him. Morgan State -6.5 for a unit. He's also got Texas Southern -3.5 for a unit, but he's parlayed both of the money lines for 3 units. This is where taint gets started. Here we go. Let's set this one up here for our guy Spoons, backing the mighty Morgan State Bears here in Baltimore, Maryland, Hill Field House. I've got some notes here on this game here, but I'm just, too many pages of notes. Why don't you get us rolling here, and I'll grab my thoughts here. But take it away. We have both Matty Ice and Morgan Spooner backing the Bears in Baltimore in the MEAC. Take it away.
Yeah, this MEAC conference is also coming down to it. Almost all the positioning gets decided today. Howard has a game versus Norfolk State, and if Norfolk State beats Howard, it will give Morgan State a chance to win the conference outright. If Morgan State loses this game and Norfolk, actually, I guess it would be Central that would take over the second positioning, not Norfolk. But they have a chance to finish 1 through 3 here. And I think Morgan State's going to show up. This Coppin State team is checked out for the season, in my opinion. They won't be allowed in their own conference tournament. They won't be allowed in the NCAA tournament. Some regulation punishment stuff coming down. And I think the end of the season, we've kind of seen it. They just lost their last game by 20 points on the road. Now they go to Morgan State versus a team that has a lot to play for. I played the -5.5 last night at Morgan State. I thought this number should have been closer between 2 possessions and 10 points. So I still don't think it's there yet. Maybe this line's even a little short, saying that Coppin will show up for their final game of the season, but I don't see that. Morgan has quite a bit to play for tonight. I think they would like a chance at the conference championship, and it's right there in graphs. So I expect them to play really good basketball today.
I didn't realize this had come back. So this opened up at 5.5, where Morgan got it. But then next thing you know, 7.5s hit the board. That was at 7:33 this morning. It's come back to 6.5. So so a 1-point move for Morgan State here. MEAC action out. Howard is going to be very tough to beat in the MEAC. They're just rolling right now. But as Spooner said, this is the opportunity for the Bears to get that number 1 seed. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board for our Morgan Spooner. And this is, I'm not sure if he did end up pulling the trigger on this one. Let's roll it up. 9 p.m. Eastern, West Coast Conference Tournament, first round. Pepperdine Waves at the Portland Pilots in the Orleans Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Portland has had a funny season. I mean, the idea that they could wax Gonzaga. Now, it was at home, and it was all game long. You know, from the tip-off, Portland Pilots were in control, and they held it all game long. So what happened when Portland went to Spokane? They got annihilated. I wish I was heavier into that investment. All I had was the Portland Pilots first half team total under, but they lose that game by 45 plus, and they bounced back. It was 41 that they lost it by. They bounced back. You know, they took out San Diego Toreros pretty easily, 87-74 at home. I beat myself up for not being on it. There was a 1-point move towards the Toreros from 3.5 to 2.5, and I just hated myself for not being on it. But a very disjointed season here for the Portland Pilots, and disjointed is also a good term for Pepperdine. At times they're such a Jekyll and Hyde basketball team. They are coming off a really nice win at home against Washington State. We've seen the Cougars play very good basketball this season. They beat the Portland Pilots at Portland on Wednesday, February 18th. They also beat the Portland Pilots at home on Wednesday, January 14th. 2-0 against the Portland Pilots this year. Let's take a look at the line history and hand this over to Spooner. This one's popping off 9 p.m. this evening. We have Portland opening up at -3.5 and moving to -2. That was the very first move. So there was a 1.5 move towards Pepperdine, and that 2 was juiced towards Pepperdine. That was a heavy move towards Pepperdine. It took about 4 hours for the move, but still a heavy move. Got back to 3. Now we are at a 2.5, a 1-point move towards the Pepperdine Waves here. And when we get to the total for this spot at 9 p.m., we have this sitting at a 152.5, which is exactly where it opened. Spooner, take it away.
This is a difficult game. I do lean Pepperdine here. There's 3.5s with a little juice available last I looked. The money line's pretty juicy. This is a team that they've already beaten twice in Portland, so there's no question on whether they can do it again. If we rewind the clock back at exactly a year, Portland and Pepperdine met in the first round of the WCC tournament, and Portland lost that game. And that was after beating Pepperdine both times during the regular season. And when I was kind of looking back in those last 5 matchups between this year and last year, that kind of stuck out because Portland won both regular season games, then won the championship game. Pepperdine won both regular season games. Did they lose this game? I think they have a pretty good coach. Just a few years of experience so far here at Pepperdine for Ed Schilling, but he was there for a long time at Wright State. Very, very old coach. So he's experienced. I expect him to find a way to play good basketball here, but I'm worried I'm kind of falling for a trap. A team that's beat the other team twice already this season. They're dogs on a neutral. I didn't pull the trigger, but I do like Pepperdine.
Do you think it's still matriculating, or do you think you're going to let it go?
So I thought once I got the 3, I'd probably move on the 3, and then I just spent more time looking at those games. I think there is something built into it. There's a few returning players, but the coaches are the same. Losing or winning 3 in a row now versus Portland after losing the 2 before that, it's probably about time for Portland to get their lick back. Pepperdine also shot like almost 60% from 3 in that last game where they beat Portland. There's always regression after that. That game didn't just happen, so the regression's not necessarily going to happen here, but I wouldn't expect them to shoot 60% from 3. I'd expect them to shoot 35% from 3. That's what they did in the first game. It was a little bit tighter. They found a way to win. This game should be within a possession, but I feel like Pepperdine probably is mispriced here. I don't quite know what to make of it, so I'm just going to leave it off.
Leaving it off at this point, I feel you. It's 3 straight. I understand the trepidation. Let's roll on. We just received Wine Time Sports full card. Iowa +8.5, Sacred Heart +3.5, Drake money line, Temple -4.5, Cal State Fullerton money line. Wine Time don't need no stinking points. Let's roll into the next spot. That's Wine Time shirt, right? We got to create that shirt for Wine Time. I can see it right now. We'll put it together when we're drinking whiskey down at the Southtown 101 Spoons. Let's roll here. Next spot on the board for you. Now, I'm very thankful because I was very close. I had it queued up, UTEP. And then I saw that the games you wanted to talk about, and I was like, okay. I'll just let it go for now. Because you are on the other side here, and I was not comfortably going to be betting UTEP here. Kennesaw State, winners of 4 straight, playing good basketball. Took out Liberty in impressive fashion. Took out Liberty, and 74-65 at home. They're playing well. Last loss was to Sam Houston State. We've seen how well they're playing. UTEP has lost 4 straight games. One of them was at home to Liberty, and then the next 3 were on the road. I'm not sure if that is a situation where you give them a pass or not here. And now they face Kennesaw State. They haven't played Kennesaw State this year. They, again, have lost 4 straight basketball games. But when I go back to what they're doing at home here, this is not seniors night, but I did find some interest. They took out New Mexico State in overtime. They beat Delaware by 15. I guess that's where the good times end. I guess is the further you go back, it doesn't become more and more appealing for UTEP. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one and then hand this over to Spooner. We have this total at 147. It opened up at 149.5, a 2.5 point move towards the under. And then on the spread for this one, we have UTEP +3 at -112. This opened up at 3.5, and 4 hours after this was available, it moved to 2.5. Then it moved to a 2, a 1.5 move. Now we're back at a 3 here. Break it down. Talk to us about your action here on Kennesaw State.
Yes, I moved on Kennesaw State. I took the 2.5 -110. I liked this team under a possession in this game. 3.5 was probably the limit of where I wouldn't move, but I really think they win this game by probably 2 possessions. UTEP is right on the verge of not making the Conference USA playoffs. If they lose this game, they're likely on the outside looking in. New Mexico State has a good chance. Missouri State at the bottom as well, and FIU all kind of tied up there. UTEP is 1 game behind Missouri State and FIU. Delaware is 1 game behind UTEP. So they would have to find a way to get a couple victories before the end of this season to get in there. But if we rewind back 4 games, they didn't need to do that. They just needed to win a couple games out of 6. And now it's 1 or 2 games out of the last 2. So I feel like this UTEP team is definitely up against the wall here. And a lot of times when you have a good team up against the wall, I like to try to back them. It seems like a good spot, but I don't think UTEP's a good team. I think Kennesaw's playing better basketball. They went through a very difficult stretch, losing one of their best players on their roster. Got tied up with some of the gambling incidents there. And they're on a stretch right now where they've won 4 in a row. They've beaten some of the best teams in this conference already. And I don't think UTEP can be considered one of the best teams in the conference. They're right there with Delaware as the worst team. I think this number under a possession probably indicates the books expect UTEP to step up. I'm not going to buy that. I think Kennesaw State shows up. They have a ton of motivation to play with as well. They can get anywhere from like a 6 to a 3 seed after today. And I think this Kennesaw State team would really like to not let this season get away from them, because where they were at, rewind back a couple of months and the whole Cottle situation was going on. It was just all negative press about this team. And for them to be able to find a way and salvage it would be great. I think this is a spot where UTEP gets a win. The New Mexico State game will be the more interesting one for me with Kennesaw. I think they win that one as well, though.
Kennesaw State -2.5, -110 for Spoons. The final spot on Spoon's board today is extremely interesting. We head to Walter Pyramid in Northside, Long Beach. UC Davis Aggies 17-12, 10-8 in the Big West. Long Beach State Beach 9-21, 5-13 in the Big West. A very, very strange line we are dealing with, Spoon. And you've had no fear getting involved in these spots. And this line opened up -1.5. It took 16 hours for it to move to 2. So we've had a 0.5 point move towards the UC Davis Aggies, a team I've liked quite a bit at times this year. But this one was perplexing enough where I was like, just focus on other games. We'll let Spoons connect the dots here for all of us. This total opened up at 150 and has not moved 1 cent. UC Davis coming off a 77-73 home loss to Hawaii. They had beaten UC Riverside on the road the game before. They had lost, 2 of 3 and 3 of 5, but they have looked good. It's just not quite on the road. Other times they, at home they've handled their business. They faced Long Beach State Saturday, February 14th. It was at home and they waxed them 71-54. They were up 14 points at the half. They dominated them in that one. They opened up as 5.5 point favorites, and they're now 4.5 point favorites. If you look at that, I think that the line is fine. That they were 5.5 to 4.5, and here, Spoon got a -1 on the road. But when I watch these teams play, it feels like UC Davis is so much better than Long Beach. And that's, I guess it's more of the eye test says the line is wrong. Maybe not if you compare it to what we just saw 2 weeks ago. This total, as I said, has not moved. We've had a 0.5 point move towards the Aggies. Take it away for us, Spoons, your last spot on the board.
Yeah, I thought this line kind of stunk. I immediately actually texted Toast. He watches a lot of these West Coast games more closely than I do just because of the time zone difference. And I was like, is there something I'm missing here with UC Davis? Why are we looking at a -1 versus Long Beach State? To put that into perspective, Long Beach State is the second lowest ranked team in this conference right now. They're sitting 5-13 in conference play. So if they win both of their last 2 games, they have a chance to make their conference tournament. That's not even a guarantee. I don't think this team is going to show up at this point in this season. It's Long Beach State. They have Hawaii on deck. Hawaii's one of the most talented teams the Big West has had in years. And there's no way this team's coming in with motivation to beat UC Davis. To be able to get this line at a 1, it just is a head scratcher for me. I'm sure there's probably some sort of get up spot here for Chris Acker and Long Beach State that I'm missing. I don't know what it is. I don't really care. I feel like this line is pretty mispriced. I got the -1. I think I would bet this up to like 4.
-1 here for Spoons at -110. To review Spoons' action before we hear his takes on my action, UC Davis -1 at -110. Kennesaw State -2.5 at -110. He's on Morgan State -5.5 at -110. I'm looking forward to revisit that. Middle Tennessee, your breakdown on the Blue Raiders makes a lot of sense. He's on the money line there, +126. And I want James Madison first half against Southern Miss. And you being on them full game is enough for me. I own a -2.5 is another spot I'm very interested in. So we will see if triggers get pulled on those spots. But that is Spooner's action for Thursday, March 5th. Spooner, let's start into my action, and I'll try to keep these as tight as possible so we can pitch a couple games to you once these are done. I start 7 p.m. Eastern. Tulsa Golden Hurricane, 23-6, 11-5 in the American. They've been destroying teams by margin the last couple games. At East Carolina Pirates, 11-18, 6-10 in the American. We're in Greenville for this one. It is seniors night for the Pirates. They've won 2 straight. They just beat Memphis at home by 16. There was an ugly victory. It helped us because we made some good money on betting them live at UTSA. UTSA is terrible, and they needed every last second to get past UTSA by a point. They just overlooked them, we assume. Tulsa has been a monster thus far, and especially of late. But I did fade them here, and I want to hear your take on it. Tulsa is a half game back of Wichita State. That is a half game that they have in hand here. They've won 3 games. And as I said, they just absolutely annihilated Tulane, which is on the heels of them annihilating UTSA. But if I go back to their road games, and these are, again, in tough places to play, they lose at Wichita State 81-77. They lose at South Florida. I mean, we know South Florida sitting atop the conference. They haven't been that strong on the road. Barely got past Florida Atlantic, barely got past Rice. Lost at North Texas. And 9.5 points is a lot of points. 9.5 -110. My first spot on the board, Spoons. Let's just take a look at what's gone on with this line history here. We have this total at 157. It opened up at 155.5, so we're up 1.5 there. And then we have this 9.5 just sitting here. A very sharp book I'm looking at has a 9. It is juiced towards Tulsa. So this did go down to a 9 here as well. It was a 9 a couple different times, but we're at 9.5. Now this opened up at 10.5, so there's still been a 1-point move towards the East Carolina Pirates. What do you think of my first spot on the board, Spoons?
Well, I don't love it. So like motivation wise, East Carolina is sitting 1 full game out of being able to make the tournament. The top 10 teams get in. They're sitting 6-10 right now with 2 games left. Just showed up on senior night versus Memphis and played a really good game of basketball. I think Tulsa is a better team than Memphis. I think East Carolina is definitely going to be very motivated. If they can carry over some of that from last game, maybe they have a chance to play in this game. But I look at the opposite side of this, and this is one of those weird brackets where there's the 8-9 and 7-10 in the first round. The winner of that goes on to play the 5 and 6. then the next round, the winner of that one goes to play the 4 and 3. So you get a ton of buys if you're the 1 and 2 seed. And Tulsa still has a chance to get the 2 seed right now. They have East Carolina in front of them today, a team they can definitely beat, and then a game versus Temple. I believe they will need Wichita State to drop one of their final games, or their final game, and that's versus Florida Atlantic. FAU's been a very good team. So I think Tulsa's going to show up. I think they still have a chance to get that 2 seed. I don't know if it's 10 points, though. With as big of the magnitude of this game, I would expect this to be pretty competitive back and forth. I don't think at any point in time ECU just kind of gives up, but I don't have a real angle on this game. I'm not going to be involved with it.
That's my first spot on the board, Spoons. Spot number 2, we head back to the MEAC here. Maryland Eastern Shore, the Hawks, 9-21, 5-8 in the MEAC, hosting the Delaware State Hornets. The Delaware State Hornets have one victory in the MEAC, and it came against Maryland Eastern Shore. This is a Delaware State team that loses by margin when they go out onto the road. They lost at Morgan State by 14. They lost at Norfolk State by 17. They lost at North Carolina Central by 9. They lost at Coppin State by 18. They lost to South Carolina State by 6. Okay, there's a little bit better. They lost to Howard by 26. Those are their road spots. And here you have a Maryland Eastern Shore squad at seniors night with seniors and a chance to get revenge against a bad basketball team. And I took Maryland Eastern Shore at -6.5. Let's get this line history and hear what Spoons thinks of the next. Oh, no, this has moved heavily against me. The move happened 9 minutes ago. Wow. This was a 7. I didn't know it got to a 7. Wow. A huge move 9 minutes ago towards the Delaware State Hornets. A big move from 7 to 5. Oh, that is not good. That is not good. Well, that is this just in.
To be fair, that could be just like a $85 bet from somebody they respect. We are talking about Delaware State versus Maryland Eastern Shore. You might be getting scared for no reason.
It is very possible, and it hasn't moved it. They're telling me that some sharp books have not moved it. Let's see what the legals have done in this one. Man, and I also bet this before it was available at a bunch of books. So I wasn't really able to line shop. I just thought this was something that I needed to attack. Take it away. Your thoughts on me backing Maryland Eastern Shore here at home on seniors night against the worst team in the conference.
Well, I was a little disappointed seeing that 7 because I looked at this game last night. There were 6s available, mostly 6.5s, and I was like, well, probably missed that number. Now you're telling me the line moved the other way. I don't think there's a flat 5 available where I can get it, but I'm kind of tempted on Maryland Eastern Shore. It's senior night. They took a loss to the probably bottom 3 team in all of Division I basketball. They get a chance to avenge that loss at home. I think this is probably a pretty good spot for them. I'm never running to back Maryland Eastern Shore at 2 possessions, though. This is not a very good basketball team in their own right. They did find a way to lose to Delaware State. There's not a ton of conference positioning going on here. South Carolina State and Maryland Eastern Shore can kind of flip-flop spots, but Delaware State will be in the final 7th spot in this conference. So not a ton of motivation. I lean Maryland Eastern Shore. I'm kind of interested with that move going the other way. I'm not sure if I have enough to pull the trigger on it, but it's something I'll be paying attention to.
Well, let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Spooner, thank you for taking the time to hear these spots on the board for me. Next spot on the board for me, 7 p.m. Eastern with the La Tech Bulldogs, 16-13, 9-9 in conference. The team that's been quite good to me this year, one of the few. At the Liberty Flames, 24-5, 16-2 in Conference USA. And Spoons, this is an angle that has been working for me. Liberty has nothing to play for here. Yes, they're dynamite. They're a dominant team in the Conference USA. And this is not seniors night. That's Saturday against Sam Houston. And that's a big game. Sam Houston playing really good basketball right now. Sam Houston second in the conference. So 2 nights after this, in less than 48 hours, they play the second best team in the conference on seniors night. Again, seeding can't change for them. La Tech has been playing better, but they're coming off of a loss to FIU. They lost at FIU and then didn't show any Rebenga losing at home here. They have Delaware on Saturday night. They lost badly to Liberty at home earlier in the season. They lost 72-56 in that one. So this has been working. Liberty doesn't have anything to play for. I don't know about huge game because they've locked in their conference spot, but an important game, let's say, against the number 2 seed on seniors night on deck. Why would they care about the lowly La Tech Bulldogs? Spoons, take it away.
Difficult game. Liberty definitely has been playing with a lack of motivation. We can just draw a line in their season 4 games ago, and that's about when they knew they were going to lock up this Conference USA. They have the 1 spot to themselves. They have the outright conference championship locked up for the season. I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head here. There's a serious lack of motivation going on. In those last 4 games, they've gone to overtime, lost 2 of them, and a 1-possession win versus a Jacksonville State team that they had beaten by 10 points the last time they saw them. So I really think Liberty is kind of letting off the gas here a little bit. And with Sam Houston on deck, when you're running plays in practice right now, you're not looking at LA Tech, you're looking at Sam Houston, because this is a really good opportunity to scout Sam Houston. It's a team they already beat on the road. They likely know they'll have to play them in the conference tournament. So they get to kind of play their own script for that game. I couldn't be on Liberty here. They are head and shoulders the better team. If both of these teams were equally motivated, I would say Liberty by 15, but they're not. I don't think LA has enough to get a win here, but they can probably keep it chippy.
There has been a move against me. It's now a 9 or a 9.5. I got the 8.5 at -105, which now doesn't look so good. There are some sharp books at 8. Like, it's all over the place, but there are books now at 9.5. So we just talked about a situation where, Liberty has clinched and they're sitting back counting cash. And it's the same thing I'm going into in our next spot on the board, Spoons. I've had some good work with Florida A&M, the Rattlers. They're taking on the conference champs, who are 4 games up on everyone else and have clinched the SWAC, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. There are 4 teams tied for second. This is a huge game for Florida A&M playing very good basketball. They beat Alabama State at home. They went to Southern and beat them by 11. They went to Grambling and beat them by 7. Now, despite Bethune-Cookman having all things locked up, they've handled their business. They had Grambling and Southern as well on the road. Florida A&M took out both teams easier than Bethune, but Bethune still did that with nothing on the line. So it still is impressive here. So I have Florida A&M Rattlers here.
I asked myself that same question. Bethune only had 1 game since then, but one of the second place teams has had 2 games since then. I think there was a chance if Bethune had dropped all their games in their last game and maybe the team they were playing had won all their games, there was a chance they could have split that conference championship yet.
But they're 4 games up now.
What I'm saying is I was looking at the last game with Cookman and saying, did they have anything to play for, or did they know that it was 100% locked up in that last game because of the 2-game situation the other team has dropped?
Okay. That makes sense.
I looked at this game pretty closely too. I've loved Florida A&M here in the second half of the season. I don't know if Cookman is going to let off the gas. It appears they didn't in that last game. I'm not 100% sure if they knew they had it locked up then or not. But A&M played them really tough in that first game. That was an 83-87 game on the road. Bethune-Cookman was missing one of their better players in that game, but he had been missing for a good chunk of the season, so I'm not sure that's fair to equate into this, and I don't know that he'll even be playing tomorrow or today. I like Florida A&M here. I just couldn't quite get it. I feel like I'm buying high on this Florida A&M team at this point in the season.
They're healthy. They had been battling injuries all year long. They are healthy now. That's what's the difference over the last 6 games or so. This is a healthy group. They have seniors night with seniors, which is something we've seen lacking across the North America. By the way, Spooner
a fun experience to be a senior for Charlie Ward, a NCAA Division I basketball and football player, highly just like touted athlete. I don't know as much about him, probably should, but I think he's going to be one of the better coaches in this SWAC league going forward. I like this game. Cookman's probably the best team in the SWAC. I don't think that's a stretch to say.
Spooner sent me this message a little while ago, and for those, because we've been talking a lot about seniors night, this is a message they sent, and this is a post on X from Isaac Trotter. There are 22 high major scholarship players who will celebrate seniors night this week. Did you hear that? 22. Mississippi State's Sean Jones Jr. is the only SEC senior to finish where he started in the whole of the SEC. There are 10 players in the Big 10, 5 in the Big 12, 3 in the Big East, 3 in the ACC, 1 in the SEC seniors who have stayed for all 4 or 5 years. Florida A&M healthy, seniors night with seniors. Bethune-Cookman's already clinched. I got the plus 2.5 at minus 110. And we take a look quickly at the line history here for this spot. This one's a 7:30 banger for the Rattlers. It's still 2.5 across the board. I see one sharp book at 2. It's been there for a while. Oh, no, everything. They just moved it back to 2.5 too. So everyone here at 2.5. Spoons, let's move on to the next spot on the board for me. This was a double up. And at the time, when I got in, I saw the line moving in my favor. I was very comfortable. And this is the lone double up for me. This is the Metro Atlantic Championship first round back at Atlantic City in New Jersey. I'm on Fairfield. I'm on Fairfield minus 5.5 at minus 110. And I doubled down. I'm on Fairfield double result at minus 125. This is an 8 p.m. start here for this one. Let me just quickly take a look at the line history. Yeah, I see one book. It's bouncing all over the place. So it's back at 5.5 here. It opened up at 5. It got to 6. So I don't feel too bad about that. I've watched a ton of these games this year in Metro Atlantic. I enjoy them. And I think Manhattan's terrible. Again, I don't want my eyes to be doing all the work here. But at home, they can be backed. On the road or neutral, they're terrible, I believe. We'll see. There's been a 5-point move from the under from minus 153 to minus 148 here. And there's a bunch of games I want to rapid fire at you, but I'd love to hear your take here on my lone double up on the card at this point. First round of the Metro Atlantic, taking Fairfield to knock out the Jaspers and end their season.
I do expect Fairfield to win this game. You can make a similar argument that Fairfield is a team that plays much better basketball in their home gym than they do on the road. In the opposite way you can say of Manhattan, I just think that Fairfield is not a team I trusted lay a full 2 possessions. I think the number indicates that they have a lot of confidence in Fairfield to show up today. I think I would make this number closer to like 4.5, 4. So definitely a ton of respect from the books paid towards Fairfield. Even with me making that number there, I'm not even slightly enticed to play Manhattan. We'd have to make this number approach 9 for me to hit that button. But there's a lot of just variance that comes down at the end of basketball games. This means a lot to both teams. Obviously, it's a conference tournament game, so I don't expect Manhattan to quit out there on the floor. I like your side, but I'm not pulling the trigger on that one.
Let's roll on here. I'm backing. I've only done it once all year, and I did cash that one time. No, that's not true. I've done it twice. I lost once. Okay. Okay. I take that back. I 1-1 backing the horrific Mississippi Valley State Delta Devils. They're taking on the Jackson State Tigers here. And it's Jackson State at home. Jackson State Tigers at times look tough. And when I start going through, like, what is the difference? I kept going back to Dorian McMillan. He hasn't played in last 2 games due to injury. They lost the first game he didn't play by 25 points at Texas Southern. Then they beat Arkansas Pine Bluff 81-78. Against the worst team in the conference, I don't see why he plays here. What I've seen from Mississippi Valley State and from Gardner-Webb is that they are horrible basketball teams who have improved. You can see that they have improved as the season has gone on. They've improved in conference play. And I've seen it from Mississippi Valley State. And we went through the coach, and we broke down the coach and how he's still fully involved in trying. This is a team that's now won 2 of their last 4 games. They took on Jackson State earlier. They lost 97-81. What that was in the throes of they hadn't beaten a Division I team all season long until 2 weeks ago. I think they can keep this within the 10.5 points. Justin McKelvey on the 10. I think they can keep this within the 10.5 points. This total here for an 8 p.m. start, let me grab this quickly. This total is a 145. That's right where it opened at 145. I'm nervous to look at the spread right now. The spread, I got this early. Oh, God, of course. Jesus. Such a sick feeling. There's no sicker feeling. This opened up at 10.5 at 10 p.m. last night. And it was 10 p.m. last night. This didn't move for 14 hours. It's moved, man. It just moved. It just moved 13 minutes ago. 1.5 points, a heavy one, towards Jackson State Tigers. Look, I'm on the Delta Devils. I like the fact that it wasn't moving for 15 hours. Fuck. I'm on the Mississippi Valley State Delta Devils. I don't believe Dorian McMillion's going to play here. Yes, it's seniors night. I'm not concerned. There's not a bunch of seniors on the team. What do you think of the spot?
I'm not too concerned with the one move 15 hours after open in a SWAC game, especially a small move like that. I like your Mississippi Valley State spot. Like we talk about this team, this has been one of the worst teams in college basketball for going back more than a decade. Winning 2 of 4, that's the best they've done in like 4 years. Putting them at 3 and 5, I think you would have to go back a decade to find a time where they had won 3 of 5 games. I look at this team and just look at how they finished out the season in recent years. Outside of the COVID year, they've never gotten blown out. They beat Pine Bluff in 2020. 2022, it was a 9-point game with Jackson State. Jackson State again, 8-point game. Jackson State 1-point game. 24, 25, they play Jackson State. It's a 4-point game. So it's similar matchups. You've had coaches change a little bit back and forth, but Mo Williams has been there actually since 2021. So all those recent games are between the same 2 coaches. I think Mississippi Valley State finds a way to keep this close. You have to go out at the end of a season, and I mean, sure, it's been a bad year, but to go out winning 3 of 5 would be an amazing cherry on top. I don't think it's impossible. Jackson State doesn't have a ton to play for. I don't know. I have a hard time getting involved with Mississippi Valley State games, but this one's kind of calling my name the more I look at it, especially seeing the number get bigger. Like, why wouldn't it get bigger? Who wants to bet Valley at this point? It doesn't make a lot of sense to factor in games from 5 years ago when you're looking at this, but I think there's some things that do carry over. I don't see any reason not to be on them. I wouldn't be scared at your number. I'll probably watch this line as the day goes on. If I get a 12, I'll probably definitely fire.
Well, I like the sounds of all of that. Spoons, we've reached 1:59 p.m. And as much as I want to keep you here until just to not let you leave, it is time, my friend. Thank you so much for rocking with us. We have a huge couple weeks ahead of us here. I'm excited to talk with you as we get closer to March Madness. Will you be rocking tonight with Kyle and TV Jones and Toast and the crew on the Sauce Network?
I think I will be. I'm not 100% sure. Sometimes when it's a lighter card, I kind of knock off, but we do have a special guest joining the show tonight. The best producer in the game, some call him. Some people call him Sweet Tits Bouquet, but World Baseball Classic has called, and him and Toast are going to be breaking down some international baseball tonight. So I'm looking forward to hearing some of that.
Yeah, that'd be dope, man. Hopefully, he can keep
It'll
his
be a
picks
good
at a
night.
minimum for you guys because we have clips.
I'm hoping to see just a straight shouting match over like Venezuelan baseball. It would make my entire week.
Well, we love what you guys are doing over at Sauce Network. Shout out to Mr. Kerms and all of you guys over there. Thank you so much for making time for us, Spoons. Go out there and get that cash. I'll do a review of all your action here before we move on to NBA with Brizzy and LJ from H-Town. I'm going to pop Spooner's X handle here in the chat. Please follow our friend Spooner. Support our friend Morgan Spooner, and excited to rock with you here. We have 107 votes in. It looks like there'll be $50 each will be our bracket contest and our confidence pool. Looking forward to competing.
I'll be in both of those, so you can try to beat me in those. Good luck today, everybody. Have a good one, Jim. You're going to keep this hot streak going.
I wish that was the case, but it fell apart last night. It was a rough night, man. I was in the most, I don't know how everybody else handles a losing night, but I was in the most severe back pain where I was like, I had to stop lie back. I just had to see if I could just go lie down and get this back pain away. And I wake up, it's gone. It's losers' back pain. The winners don't have back pain. Let's bring on the man known for those sweet tea tits. We'll be starting on the Sauce Network this evening. Please welcome from San Antonio, Texas. Cannot wait to break bread with this next gentleman in San Antonio. Please welcome Mr. Jose Bouquet to the show. Jose, how are you?
I'm doing well, Jimmy. I turned on my washing machine for whatever reason right now, so hopefully you can't hear that in the background because it's loud as fuck. But it's nice to see everyone in the chat, and it's nice to see you.
Yes, and thank you for being here, and thank you for helping. So we have 28 minutes now. So let's just kind of just gather what we need to do. We have 28 minutes to go over 8 games. Perfect. So 28 minutes, go over 8 games. Then we will head into NBA with Brizzy and with LJ. We're going to start in the Summit League. I should send Brizzy and just make sure that he knows. But let's get this started here.
Sure.
Start to the Summit League Championship quarterfinal.
Oral Roberts and North Dakota State. A great matchup. By the way, Jimmy, I would like to let you know that I have finished completely my preseason notes for MLB as well. So that was an exciting thing. I finished that during the show today. So I've written down all the teams.
Nice.
I feel a little more up to date. You'll actually be able to see my notebook in person. You'll probably make fun of me because of all the different colors I write in.
Yes.
But it will be a whole lot of fun.
I just hope you're using pens now. Are you using pens?
Felt tips. Felt tip pens, yes. Multiple different colors because I need to see the notes. 9.5 is what this opened up at here. It is now up to 11.5 here for North Dakota State here. So shout out to them for that. As I refresh the bet percentages here, let us find out where the people are betting today. We have, let's type in North here for our friends North Dakota State here. We have 83% of the bets and 57% of the money on North Dakota State here, 73 and 88 on the under there as well. But like I said, 83% of the bets, 57% of the money on North Dakota State. This line has moved from 9.5 to 11.5.
You know, Oral Roberts being trash all year. Horrible. They lost 14 games in a row. And since then, they've won 5 of 7. Now, 3 of those wins are against the Kansas City Roos. So we could put a line through all of them. But they beat Denver at home. They beat South Dakota. And they're playing their best basketball of the year. They played North Dakota State twice. That first time they went to North Dakota State and they took them to double overtime. They lost by 2 points. So then North Dakota State came to Oral Roberts. North Dakota State wasn't overlooking them, and they destroyed Oral Roberts, beat them by 28 points. With these 4 straight wins and wins in 5 of their last 7, I had some interest in how well they've been executing offensively. They scored 102 points against Denver, 94 against Kansas City, and then 84 in the last game. I had some interest in backing Oral Roberts first half. They've got the game under their belt. I think that, this is at a neutral location. So we're in South Dakota for this one, in Sioux Falls. I'm sure the North Dakota State Bison fans will travel. But I had interest in backing Oral Roberts to continue their offensive efficiency for 20 minutes. Just 20 minutes. And I still do. I understand when I talk Oral Roberts, North Dakota State, the chat doesn't light up, Jose. Doesn't light up with their thoughts, their plans.
Yeah, I understand.
I have some interest in Oral Roberts first half, and I do wonder, and I will move on to the next spot on the board, as this is not appealing to our chat as we're 24 minutes before NBA. I wonder if the first half line has moved. We've heard that the full game has moved. So let's just move over quickly to this first half. And it has moved. It's moved pretty violently. 5 to a 6.5. All right. The market's telling me. Sush says a big number. Thank you, Sush. Give me something. Oh, TC says, says Oral is an absolutely insane first name. Okay. So
well,
it's not
one of the best pitchers in baseball's first name is Oral.
Yeah, but it's not Oral.
Well, again, shout out to Hershiser, the Bulldog.
Yeah. Shout out to Hershiser. Okay, well, let's roll on.
He had to be really good at pitching to beat that first name. Really good at pitching.
Well, how about Gaylord Perry? Was he good enough at pitching?
No, he was not. No, I think they still called him Old Gaylord over there.
No, man, he was good enough, man. He pitched for like 40 years.
Man,
Gaylord. I'm surprised that name didn't catch on.
You know what? Maybe I'll pitch it to Helga. Who knows? Maybe I'll revive it.
Pitch it to Helga.
Gaylord Fenway Bouquet. Who knows?
Man, it just rolls off the tongue. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. OVC Championship quarters.
Eastern Illinois, UT Martin here. And if you're watching right now and you come to Pubblepalooza, you do have permission to call me Gaylord Bouquet.
God.
I'll let you do that from me to you. That is my promise to all you guys in the chat here. Interesting line movements here in this game, Jimmy, because we have openers at 6.5, and we should know that's at BOL. Opening up early at 6.5. They're all the way up to 9 now for UT Martin here. But Bookmaker, maybe the sites we're looking at is wrong for Bookmaker. Bookmaker says it's opened up at 7, and it's just a 7.5 right now. It has not moved to 9.5 here. Our guy Bobano talks about Bet Chris all the time. They're a 7.5.
Chris is a sharp book because it's Bookmaker and Bet Chris are together.
So there you go. So there's 7.5. Both of those books are 7.5s. Everywhere else 9s, which is very interesting. That would be the case. Again, maybe the sites we're looking at is a little delayed. Who knows? But 9s across the board here for UT Martin. As for, again, bet percentages here, we have 78% of the bets and 60% of the money on UT Martin here.
It sucks how bad UT Martin looked against Tennessee State, and UT Martin's lost 3 of 4 basketball games, and that cost them the chance of winning the OVC. It sucks. Here, my best cap of the season was Eastern Illinois over SIU Edwardsville yesterday. And the whole idea was all based around Marty Simmons. Marty Simmons, his first ever coaching job from 2002 to 2007 was for SIU Edwardsville. And the coach of Eastern Illinois played SIU Edwardsville knowing that they had SIU Edwardsville in the first round of the OVC conference tournament. And they lollygagged and played dumb and lost 77-50. And then Marty Simmons, and I said to Spoons, it's like Marty Simmons was banging his first wife again. because he took SIU Edwardsville to the rack and he dunked in their face and he delivered. And I was wondering if Marty Simmons could keep that magic going against UT Martin. Obviously, the books are telling us that can't happen. And the solution
hard to stay erect.
Sorry?
I was just talking about him being erect that long would be pretty difficult.
No, there's drugs that can help you with that. But the solution says UT Martin rolls. I think the problem is that UT Martin's coming off such a bad loss that the fairy dust that Eastern Illinois sprinkled on SIU Edwardsville is gone.
He did sprinkle it all right.
Well, I guess so at first I wanted UT Martin, but they've been playing so bad. Are they just going to flip the switch and deliver it? I just find that hard to believe. So I guess it's going to require more time, but UT Martin's looked so bad. And these Euros are just going to flip the switch and step up because it's conference time. Let's roll on. Let's roll on to the MVC and shout out to Luke Ryan. Let's move on to the MVC Sycamores Beacons.
Indiana State Valpo here. Very interesting game here. Valpo 3.5-point favorites here. And shout out to our guy, Lucas Ryan, the flower man, Lucas Ryan, as I'll always remember him as.
Yeah.
And I will never forgive him for the St. Louis Blues beating the Boston Bruins. Fuck you, Jordan. But Ryan O'Reilly, when you mentioned his name today, by the way, Jimmy, that was like seeing an old ex and just having the shudders down my back. That guy, took the Bruins to the cleaners. But 2.5 is what this line opened up at, Jimmy. I'm seeing 3.5s mainly across the board where the anonymous gambler does his thing as a 4. But BetChris and Bookmaker both 2.5 here on the board here. So this line's is 2.5 some places, 3.5 some places, and 4 where the anonymous gambler does his thing, which is
but
very
it's all moved towards the Sycamores.
Well, it opened up at 2.5 at BOL. And it is now 3.5 there.
The opening line is insane for this game. The Sycamores are 4-16 in conference. You know, why here? Just because it's in a neutral site would this be such a low number? Of course it moves to Valpo. Valpo was just, winning and winning and winning here before they lose at Evansville, which was a shocker to close out their season. Evansville, turned it on. So they played Indiana State here, and every time they play Indiana State, it's the tightest basketball game you could imagine. The first one went to overtime, the last one, and Valpo's won them both. So Valpo won 76-72 in overtime. Valpo won 76-75 at home. But that's the only time that Indiana State seems to play good basketball. I mean, the days of Bird are long gone. But they did snap their 6-game losing streak. This is a team... this line makes no sense to me. I know that they have played hard, difficult basketball against Valpo, but this is a team that had lost 11 of 12 games before they beat UIC at home. How in the world would this be such a tiny number? This line makes no sense. Did we get any cash flow information?
Yes. Let me bring it back up here. I just had it up here. 50-50, 50% of tickets each way, 51% of the money on Valpo.
It's insane. There's nothing here that's going to push me towards it. And I guess when you look at what's happened in the two matchups, it becomes less insane. But a team that's 4-16 in conference, that had lost 11 of 12 games in conference, would be a bucket spread against Valpo, who just had their winning streak snapped. And Justin has Indiana State in his pocket.
I joined him.
Just now?
Just now, yeah.
And so talk to me why you want Indiana State here.
Because the line doesn't make sense to you. Right? When you say the line doesn't make sense to you, I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'll take the line. The side that doesn't make sense. 3.5 plus 3.5, obviously. Minus 115 for me. You make it official. I mean, I bet it, so.
Okay, well,
by the way, I've been doing quietly tailing you on bets for the last few weeks. I don't tell you because I don't want to add the pressure, obviously, and add a little more anxiety. But I do quietly bet bets with you on the show.
And how's it been going?
Yesterday we went 1 and 2. It was all the 2.5s yesterday. I bet 3 plus 2.5s. It was
But before yesterday, how was it going?
It was going pretty good. I
Yeah,
can't complain.
okay.
I'm on another one of your hockey plays today as well. I mean, I'm sure you can guess which one that is.
Fuck.
You don't believe in the other team. Called them a bunch of frauds.
Oh, you're on the Islanders.
I'm on the Sabres.
Oh, against the Penguins. Yeah. I think yes, they're playing more than the sum of their parts, but I'm telling you, the market is wrong. And we rarely get these situations. The Sabres are a juggernaut. The Sabres are a problem. Okay, let's roll. Wage detective interested in Indiana State too. Okay, I'm going to keep working on it. I'd love to hear it. This is such an interesting game. I was hoping because Spoons thinks this game is so interesting. I've got a lot of notes on this game, and I can't wait to talk about it. So let's roll, and I'll be all ears for the line history. Set us up for our next spot. We head to Stephenville, Texas.
Sure. UTA, Tarleton State, two schools that a lot of children will go to down here in Texas, Jimmy. If you don't go to Texas, you don't go to UTSA, you don't go to Texas State, you start going to all these schools. UTA and Tarleton State here. But if you get the bag to go get some money and play some ball, who cares? No information bet-wise here for this game. But I can tell you that this line has not really moved. But again, bookmaker and their counterpart over there, everywhere else has 2.5. They have 1.5 for Tarleton State.
Well, Jose, I imagine this is a game that's going to pique your interest. The worst team in the WAC, the team at the bottom of the standings at 5-12, it's a tightly bunched group here, is the favorite. And the line has moved towards them at a couple different books. So what is the difference here? Why would Tarleton State, 5-12 in conference, 2 games back UT Arlington, be the favorite in line moving towards them, a team that's lost 3 straight games? Well, first off, UT Arlington hasn't been playing very well. They were much more highly thought of earlier in the season. Tarleton State here, it is seniors night. If you look at these last 2 losses, Cal Baptist and Utah Valley, well, they're playing the toughest teams in the conference. So I like that. They did lose to Utah Tech at home. That's not good. But then what's happened when they played UT Arlington? It was a tough game, both of them. The first time, and both times were at UT Arlington, they won 69-63. The next time they lost 71-64. And now they face him here on seniors night. But it all comes down to Dior Johnson. Dior Johnson has been back from injury for 2 games. He got hurt the last time they played UT Arlington. They were winning the game, and then Dior Johnson got hurt. He had 16 points, 6 assists, and then got hurt. He came back on February 26th for the game versus Utah Valley. Utah Valley is, number 1 in the conference. Utah Valley were 17.5-point favorites. And Utah Valley barely won the game. There was, this was a 1-point game with, here we go. This was a 1-point game with 2.5 minutes left. And everything changed when Dior Johnson came back. All of a sudden, they shoot 8 of 15 from 3 because Dior Johnson's back. So he's been back for 2 games. They play the toughest teams in the conference in Utah Valley and Cal Baptist. And now they come home for seniors night. This is a team full of seniors that play, and Dior Johnson's back. Okay, so we've talked about a whole bunch of games so far, but this one is the one that must be bet. Nothing has changed now. The line has moved in their direction. Let's see. We don't have any information from action, I believe we didn't have any action or any information on the odds logic board.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go over to action here on this one. If this is feels like a for sure spot for us to move on, we know that maybe not everybody's as focused on Dior Johnson. We know that the books are, and that's why Tarleton is a favorite. And you said that the line has moved towards them. Is that correct?
Everyone, a lot of places, I should say, kept it at 2.5 at the open. But the bookmaker and their counterpart opened this at 1, got up to 2, and then has come back down to 1.5 here.
Then Spoons says likely Billy Gillespie's last game as a head coach. Says no doubt a get-up spot for Tarleton.
And by the way, it's kind of the same thing at BOL too. Opened up at 2.5, got down to 2, got down to 1.5, came back up to 2.5.
And if we're to believe the Action Network, it's a small amount of bets, but 83% of tickets, 79% of the money line. But they have no spread, but the money line bets are on Tarleton State, so you'd want to see it move towards them. I think Tarleton State is the bet, and I plan on moving on them, despite it being somewhat public at this point. And the solution, like as well, says as long as he's healthy. I mean, he's proved. I think Dior Johnson has proved that he's healthy. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here, because we have 3 left before we get an NBA in 9 minutes. So we're perfect timing, Jose. And the second of these 3 bets is the second half of the Taint play of the day. So let me get Kong's. I have it up, copied and pasted already up at the top, but I'll pop it here so we can touch on it as well when we are tying everything with a bow. Set us up here. So we're going to head to the SWAC for back-to-back games. Take it away, my man.
Yep, Grambling versus Alabama State. I was thinking Florida A&M there.
Rattlers.
Alabama State here, 3.5-point favorites. They were at BOL. Opened up there, jumped all the way down to 1.5 here at about 1:44, I would say, Eastern time here. So very interesting how that was about an hour ago. It climbed back down there. At bookmaker here, this is still a 3. Opened up at a 3, still there, where the anonymous gambler does his thing. He has a 1.5. Opener at 3.5. Kind of the same thing here. Was a 3.5, got down to 3, back up to 3.5. And around 1:45, got down to a 1.5.
I guess we're going to have to stay off of this because it's Alabama State, tons of seniors, senior-laden group on senior night. They just lost at home to Southern. In a game they were, and I was on them, in the game they were in control all game until 2 minutes left. They fall apart and lose. They have lost 3 of 4. They faced Grambling. They went to Grambling, and they lost 57-47. It was an ugly spot. And they haven't been great since then. They played Bethune-Cookman tough. They went to Florida A&M and lost, beat Alabama A&M on the road, came home, and I thought it was a great spot to attack Southern, and they weren't able to. The market is telling me that not to bet this and that I've made a mistake, so I won't bet this. But I had a lot of thought here, and Robert Cherry on Grambling money line. I had a lot of interest here in the Hornets on seniors night with seniors against Grambling in a game that means something to them here in the conference. They're a game back of Prairie View A&M. It's more important than that because if Grambling wins this game, they're tied with Grambling, and Grambling has the tiebreaker. Also, then Alcorn State could move up ahead. All of a sudden, it could be Alabama State and then Mississippi Valley State. It means so much. This game means so much to the Hornets, but if it goes from 3.5 to 1.5, I'm gonna have to. And Robert Cherry on Grambling. I'll let that one.
What would it take for you to get on Grambling?
I can't. I'm not. Alabama State must be so angry after that performance against Southern. They were in control. I mean, from start to finish for 38 minutes in complete control, and then they let it go. This is seniors night now. I'll just get off of it. I'm not flipping.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Let's roll on because this next game is so interesting. It's Texas Southern, and this is the second half of the 3-unit money line parlay, a part of Taint play of the day. Set us up here in Houston, Texas.
Shout out to Taint. We've got Texas Southern, Prairie View A&M here. 3.5-point favorites. Texas Southern was They opened up there at BOL. Now they are down to 2 at BOL. Was a 1.5 there indeed. Got down to a 2, or I guess climbed back up to that 2 at about 2 o'clock here Eastern. But 12:42 was a plus 1.5 here for Prairie View A&M here. As for if we have market information, we do not have bet percentage inside and total here. But yeah, move seemingly towards Prairie View A&M here.
Let's roll here. I'm happy that Spoons is in the chat for this one. He said that he wanted Southern. Feels like a buy high spot, though. The question I wanted to ask you, Spoon, was I found this Texas Southern improved play so interesting because they lose their leading scorer and their leading rebounder, senior Troy Hupstead, to an injury just 2 games ago. And they seemingly have played better. Now, both games were at home. They took out Elkhorn State in overtime. I guess there's nothing in that. They lost them in the Mississippi Valley State loss, and then they destroyed Jackson State. So I was like, well, why? How could they lose their highest scorer and best rebounder and kind of improve? And it's 2 players that have come off the bench and they're playing much bigger minutes. And I guess it's working. It's freshman Anthony Andrews and senior Dwayne Posey. So there's a 4-way tie for second here. There's so much on the line for Texas Southern to win this basketball game. And that's what they've been doing. The Mississippi Valley State loss was egregious, but you take away the loss to a team that they'd already beaten by 33 points in Mississippi Valley State that they clearly overlooked. And that was the game that Hupstead got injured. The whole idea that Hupstead gets injured and they seemingly improve is nuts to me. But that's what's happened. This is a team that's won 5 of 6. They've won 6 of 8. And they lost to Prairie View A&M. So here on seniors night, and I know Hupstead injury senior hurts them on seniors night, but they have a ton of seniors. This team is full of seniors. As Maddie, I said, it's all seniors other than the freshman Anthony Andrews. And Lex Steele says Grambling gets manhandled. Interesting. Oh God. I'll take another look after the show, man. But here, how does if they've gotten over the Hupstead injury, then wouldn't they be able to roll here with a team full of seniors on seniors night, getting Rebenga against Prairie View A&M, when the Rebenga means that they will have a chance at second in the conference? This is a team 10-7 in the SWAC. I think the line opened because of the Hupstead injury. So Wager Detective moving on the under in Drake, Southern Illinois. Thank you for the heads up on that. So I want Texas Southern too. I'm going to need to talk to a couple people about the Hupstead injury and the fact that they've seemingly looked better since they fell apart the game where he got hurt. And then I want to talk about Anthony Andrews and Dwayne Posey. You know, maybe you're getting more from less, and that's changed the dynamic of the group. And maybe they're all stepping up when the best player's out, and Troy Hupstead. So I'm interested in Texas Southern here, clearly. And if it's the second half of Taint play of the day, I don't see why I wouldn't be on it here. We have just one more minute before we get into NBA here. Let's talk about this last spot on the board. Deacon Mike's Missouri State Bears.
Oh, shout out to our guy, Deacon Mike, who I'm excited. If he makes the trip down to the 2-1-0 in San Antonio, consider me an excited boy to see my guy, Deacon Mike here. Western Kentucky, Missouri State here. 1.5 point favorites was Western Kentucky. They're now 2 across the board here. Was a 2.5 at one point at BOL, but is now down to a 2. So about a half-point move towards WKU in this instant. And for the bet percentage, we don't have any. So that's all I can tell you, unfortunately, Jimmy. This half-point move towards the Hilltoppers.
You know, as Deacon's saying, Western Kentucky winning. They went to Liberty. Now, Liberty didn't need to win at that point. They clinched, but smashed them by 21 points. They're beating teams by margin. They beat New Mexico State at home by 23 points. then they beat UTEP by 32 points. They're beating these teams by margin. Missouri State free falling. So why would this line open where it did? Yes, I'm happy that there's movement, but this line makes no sense. Missouri State's lost 7 straight basketball games. They lost by 15 at Western Kentucky. Now, we didn't know the extent. At that point, Missouri State was 10-7 and 4-2 in conference. And they still lost by 15. And they were 6.5-point dogs. So I guess when you spend a little bit more time on the state of affairs for Missouri State before this losing streak, maybe the line does make sense. Maybe it should just be a small move here. Interesting. I at first I thought it made no sense at all. Missouri State's lost 7 straight. They're 4 games back in conference. Yes, they're at home, but what have they done in Springfield? They're losing everywhere they play. Western Kentucky's won 6 in a row. But I guess the issue is this is a line based on the statistical profile of these teams through the entire season. And that's what these models do, is they don't overanalyze the last 5 or 6 games and take away, the early games. This line didn't make any sense to me. It was just insane. Absolutely insane. Deacon says Missouri State offense not very consistent and on a losing streak. Missouri State needs one of the last 2 to make the turn. He could be wrong, but don't see them winning here. I don't see them winning here either. But why is the line like this? It just does it make sense to you, Jose? Let me pull up the KenPom rankings. I've already done this, but I can't remember exactly what it was. Let me pull up the KenPom rankings. And I believe when I did the KenPom rankings, I was like, oh, I guess it does make sense. So let's go very quickly to the Conference USA. But as this game breaks down the way you see it, Jose, does this make sense? Could it possibly make sense here with one team is won 6 in a row against another team? So Western Kentucky ranked 139th according to KenPom. And then, it's going to take a while for us to get to Missouri State. So Missouri State's 213th. So no, this line doesn't make sense. And I don't care that it's moved towards Western Kentucky. I'm not going to bet Missouri State. I'm not going to try and catch a falling knife. But this line does not make any sense. Deacon's saying, I think the line is this way because Missouri State is desperate, needs a win, and is playing at home. Let's just look at the situation here. So Missouri State, they could get ahead of Florida International. They're tied with Florida International. And I guess you're right. The final game of the year, Kennesaw State can tie Western Kentucky, but Western Kentucky can't move up. Oh, no, because there's 2 games left. No, these games mean something. I'll just let this go, man. I'll just let this go. I can't make it work. Will. We went over James Madison. We went over the James Madison game with Spooner because it was one of the spots that he was close to moving on, and he did move on it. James Madison -1.5, -110. I'm going to be on James Madison's first half. So, Spooner, just before we move on, Jose, just before we move on to NBA, is there any interest for you when I break that game down? Do you think it makes no sense? One side should be bet?
It wasn't as convincing as Tarleton State or Indiana State, but I would probably agree with you. I'm a little surprised at the line. I'd lead Missouri State for sure. I wish we had bet percentages, obviously.
Well, I'm sure we'll have them here. I have them up, but I only have the money line here. 82% of the tickets, 92% of the cash on Western Kentucky.
Would make me lean Missouri State for sure.
And then on the spread, 82% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on Western Kentucky. Jesus.
Yeah. It seems like Missouri State's the spot.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter about the line movement. Can you repeat the line movement one more time before we get in the NBA?
It's been like a half-point move, if anything, towards Western Kentucky. It's at 2 across the board here. Opened up at -1.5 Western Kentucky. It got up to -2.5 at one point, but has come back down to Missouri State.
Oh man, yeah, this is fishy, man. 100 spots below. It just none of it makes sense. So I'll handle this on my own time, but it's God, you got to back. I mean, this is sickening that you have to back a team on a 7-game losing streak against a team on a 6-game winning streak. I mean, it sounds insane. Why do we do this to ourselves?
I don't know, but you finally ended up convincing me, so I'm going to join.
And guess what? I've got back pain again.
Oh,
It just came. I swear, it just came here. Oh God. And Deacon says better spots. Just wait. It's too fishy, Deacon. It's too fishy.
Deacon, I'm riding with you.
You have everybody betting Western Kentucky. The line doesn't make sense. The line's not moving. God. Let's just one last second. Let's just go over these home games from Missouri State. So they have 3 straight road games where they fought La Tech. They fought them all hard. They only lost by 5 to Sam Houston. So their last home game, they lose to Kennesaw State by 4. Then they lose to Delaware by 9. They lose to La Tech by 1. They beat Jacksonville State by 7. They lose to Sam Houston. Oh, wait. Yeah. So they lose to Sam Houston by 9. Sam Houston's tough. They beat FIU by 8. They beat New Mexico State by 7. This is when they were rolling earlier in the year. They beat UTEP by 24. And then we leave conference play, but they're winning those home games too. Look, they weren't losing any home games for a while there. Their first 2 games were against colleges, but then they lose to Arkansas State by 1. Arkansas State tough. They beat UTV Rio Grande Valley. They lose to Long Island. We've seen LIU. They're on top of their conference. They beat Northeastern State, who are trashed by 21. I mean, they're winning these games at home.
You want a little more wrench of an issue here? Our guy Troy Torrance. He says he's on WKU.
It's on Western Kentucky. Yeah, these road teams at this number have been cashing.
He's also on SIU as well.
SIU Edwardsville. We didn't.
So,
what do you mean? That's SIU. Oh, Southern Illinois.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking SIU Edwardsville because that was my best cap of the year. It's fading SIU Edwardsville. Should fucking retire, man. Retire.
We're all one bet away.
Jose, thank you for all this, my man. Excellent work. So let's do a couple. Just stay here for a second, Jose. Our guy Kong's Clips, his action is in, and shout out to our guy Kong's Clips. Play today: Michigan first half -1.5, and Michigan State -13.5 for our guy Kong's Clips. And the final review of college basketball here. And the respect play today is James Madison, Southern Miss under. J Dubs play today, Drake +5.5. He's on American +2. La Tech +9 with me. He's on Bucknell +15.5. He's on Indiana State. He's on the Sycamores +4. And then we went over Taint play of the day. It is Morgan State -6.5 for a unit. Texas Southern -3.5 for a unit. And he's parlayed both money lines for 3 units. Then we have Indiana State for 9 Legacy and Tulane. For Spooner, he's on Iona -2.5. James Madison -1.5. Middle Tennessee money line +126. Morgan State -5.5. And Kennesaw State -2.5. UC Davis -1. Wine Time Sports on Iowa +8.5. Sacred Heart +3.5. Drake money line. Temple -4.5. And Cal State Fullerton. I'm on East Carolina +9.5. Maryland Eastern Shore -6.5. La Tech +8.5. Florida A&M +2.5. Fairfield -5.5. Fairfield double result. Mississippi Valley State +10.5. I'm interested in Oral Roberts first half. I'm probably going to get off of that Eastern Illinois UT Martin spot. The Sycamores Beacons line is insane. And I think I need to join you on the Sycamores. And I wonder if that then would be a first half look for me on the Sycamores. I'm going to have to put a little more time into that. Tarleton State will be an addition here with Dior Johnson back in the lineup, leaving the Grambling and Alabama State game alone. Interested in backing Texas Southern. I think we talked it out, and then I've got to decide what to do with Missouri State. Jose, thank you, my friend. I will see you when we close the show down and put a bow on the proceedings. Any last words for the Cappers, my friend?
No, but Kongs, I'll give out my futures again. I've talked about them 50 bajillion times already, Kongs. But for you, we'll talk about WBC futures at the end of the program as well. So don't you worry, Kongs.
Let's roll. We get into the NBA, and we have just the Cappers for the job. I'm excited to break this one down. Our first guest joining us from South Jersey, one of the stars of the Locker Room Talk podcast. Our new episode of Locker Room Talk podcast is out. Please welcome from South Jersey, Mr. Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing pretty good. Actually, betting-wise, doing all right. I hit like some parlay, I hit like a round of parlays, and whatever it happened, it crashed my tablet and it made me factory reset it. So I don't know if somebody out there in the chat's a tech person, slide up in the DMs. You feel me? Other than that, we're rolling though. I'm feeling good. Bets are hitting good, and we got some NBA theories to get into before the tip tonight.
Well, yesterday sucked in NBA for me, and I'm ready to bounce back here. It's college basketball. It's just taking too much of my focus. We need to finish college basketball just so I can just focus on NBA because it requires so much attention.
We got NBA theories today, Jim. I don't know if you've been noticing the action throughout the last month, but we will talk about it.
I'm looking forward to it. Sean Pulliam in the house. Will Rondo. We got Stacks, Justin McKelvey ready to get to work. Drewski and Drewski Losa both ready to rock. Troy Torrance in the house. Wager Detective, The Solution, Kripke. Let's bring on our next guest. His third appearance here in NBA, and we love having him. We're going to get to chat and cap with him in person down in San Antonio. I can't remember what pub it was. I think it was Pubapalooza
1.
Was it 1 and 2? No,
I remember I got a business card that I still have in my wallet to this day.
From our next guest?
Yes.
Oh, nice. Well, he had one day in NBA it was the first Pubapalooza, second Pubapalooza that made me so much money, and I was high for the week. Like when you have one of those days of Pubapalooza when you're sitting there in multiple case and you're just like, this is what it's all about. And he brought it to the table. Looking forward to cap with him today. Please welcome from Houston, Texas, our guy LJ from H-Town.
From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds.
LJ, what's good, man? How are you?
I'm doing excellent, gentlemen. Glad to be here with y'all once again, capping this NBA. And like I texted y'all right after the show last week, I didn't like my performance. So I was determined to come back on today with my man, Billy Briz. And let's attack this NBA like it should be, man. Find the angles, find the trends, and let's get this money, guys. So, hey, I'm ready to go. I've been dissecting the card all night, took off work, stayed up a little bit. So, hey, I'm ready to get at it.
Let's get at it, my friend. We didn't get to that Saluki game, Troy, but I certainly have copied and pasted your note, and I will get to it. All right, fellas, let's roll. We have 1 hour. 1 hour for these games, which should be no problem at all. Just want you guys to keep that in mind. So we have 9 games, 1 hour before Carter's basketball practice and then Ella's basketball practice. It's all basketball here in the house. 7 p.m. Eastern, fellas. We start with the Dallas Mavericks, 21-40. Chris Warren says, "How did the Bucks team do you?" Oh, it was they really got me. It really, really got me. Mavericks 21-40, 7-20 on the road at the Orlando Magic, 32-28, 18-11 at home. We're at the Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. Mavericks are on the first of a back-to-back. They play at Boston tomorrow. Justin McKelvey, Magic over 228.5 in his pocket. Dallas 2-5 post All-Star break. I think there's been enough information from these teams, enough of a sample size for us to comfortably talk about what has gone on post All-Star break. So we'll go over pace of play, and we will go over field goal and 3-point and all that stuff. But most important, we need to know what's going on at shoot around. So I've got everything up here. Dallas Mavericks 2-5 post All-Star break, 10th fastest pace in the NBA, 102.76 possessions a game. Shooting the ball nice from the field, 47.4%. But as you would guess, and as you've seen if you watch them, they can't score from the perimeter, 31.7% from three. Orlando 4-3 over their last 7. They're shooting 36.4% from three. When you consider Baines shooting 50% from three, everybody else is shooting exactly like they did last year. Horrible. This team, it's only Desmond who can hit from the perimeter. Orlando shooting 46.4 from the field and 36.4 from three. First off, who will be in, who will be out? We have Bagley out, but we have Brandon Williams questionable and Cooper Flagg questionable. Let's start with Cooper Flagg. He's missed 8 games with the left mid-foot sprain. So we will hear from our guys if they think that he will be back in the lineup. So Williams also questionable. I mean, he's not in the starting lineup, but he can be important. Now, for the good news, Klay Thompson is probable, and Najee Marshall is probable. Franz Wagner out. Jonathan Isaac and Wendell Carter are questionable, as is Anthony Black. So Isaac and Wendell Carter, I mean, you already have no Wagner. At least you have Mo, but you don't have Franz. So let's start with Carter. He did participate in the shoot-around. Okay. So he participated in the shoot-around, so everything should be good here. So we know that Carter did. Let's see, did Isaac participate in the shoot-around? No. And he was a late addition to the injury report. Left knee soreness. But I guess if Carter's back, that takes a little bit of the need for it. Let's take a look at Anthony Black. Anthony Black did participate in the shoot-around. Okay, so Anthony Black should be in. Carter should be in. I guess that clears up a little bit of this situation here. We have the Dallas Mavericks, I said 2-5 post All-Star break, but they've lost 4 straight, and they're losing these games by margin. They lose by 19 at home to Memphis. They lose by 13 at home to Oklahoma City, and then they went on Tuesday and lost at Charlotte by 27. The Orlando Magic lose 2 straight games bad at home. Well, not the Houston one wasn't egregious, but they lose to Detroit by 14, and then they bounce back, and we cash a minus 15.5 against Washington. We've talked about what Desmond Bain has been doing. He's been absolutely spectacular, unbelievably good. So, line history-wise, we have Orlando sitting here at -9. They opened up at -8.5, and they got to -9. We didn't have a problem taking a 15.5 point spread after 2 straight losses. The question is, now they beat badly a terrible basketball team. Do they overlook a weak Dallas Mavericks squad? This total is a 230. It opened up at 227.5, a 2.5 point move towards the over. And when we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 70% of the tickets and 72% of the cash on Orlando. FanDuel's moved it to a 9.5. Circa has moved it to a 9. They did open it up at 8. And on the totals, we have 74% of tickets and 88% of the cash on that under. Circa hanging at 229.5. 91% of the cash on the under. They've not moved it a cent. Our special guest here for Thursday is LJ from H-Town. Our star of Thursday shows here, Billy Brisbane. Just the fellas to get us to the cash. LJ, take it away. Mavericks Magic.
Yeah, Jimmy. The Magic at home has been playing very well, especially versus non-top tier teams in the league. And Dallas is one of those teams. So when you break it all down, they are fast paced, and they're 8-2 as I see last 10 straight up against bottom offensive teams. So they basically just like to put up points. And Dallas is a team that basically puts up points because they don't play defense. But the injury report does matter, because if they got players coming back, that probably adds a little monkey wrench into what I'm trying to cap as Dallas is right now. But as far as them right now, I'd rather attack them early because they're the worst team in the first quarter in the NBA. They're 2-8 against the spread last 10 in the first quarter. So I looked at Orlando Magic. 7-3 against the spread in the first quarter, last 10 at home. They've won 7 in a row in this situation. And they've covered the 3-point spread in all 7 of those games. So I'm going to trust Dallas' tendency of coming out, not good in the first quarter and the Magic keeping their streak early. I'm not going to worry about the rest of the game because, hey, things happen. This is a non-conference game. So, I don't want to have to trust Orlando to cover an 8.5, 9-point spread at home. Last game of a home stand, I believe, as well. So Dallas may, want to show a nice effort tonight, to catch Orlando on that last home stretch. But let's stick to the first quarter. Magic -2.5 is going to be my official play for the show.
LJ on the Magic first quarter -2.5. Have you put that out or am I line shopping?
You can line shop. I haven't put anything out.
Magic first quarter -2.5. We will line shop for that one. LJ on the board. Let's hear from Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, take it away, my man.
Yeah, I like the spot for Orlando. There won't be too many look-ahead spots on the calendar for the rest of the season for Dallas, but first half of a back-to-back traveling into Boston, you see Cooper Flagg coming back from injury. For the ones that don't know, Cooper Flagg, diehard Celtic fan, like bleeds green, was a kid that was like the state player of like Maine, probably like the best scorer ever in like Maine history, but he is a diehard Celtic fan, like bleeds green. So I think this is kind of like a look ahead spot for tomorrow night. Dallas is looking for a season sweep here, and I think Orlando is going to be a little bit privy to that. They're going to come in locked in. Dallas is one of the worst road teams in the NBA currently, 7-20 ATS as a road underdog, 7-12. Second worst in the NBA, 26 in net rating last 10 games, 4 straight L's. Orlando 18-11 ATS at home, and they've gone 18-5 ATS versus teams under 500. So I like the spot here for the Orlando Magic. We talked about theories. And the theories is we're getting down to the stretch here. There's about eight players. The tier drop off is around 4. Where if you get one of those top 4 picks, that could definitely change the destination of your franchise. And it's about time of the year where I'm blindly fading these teams. These teams that are tanking and these teams that are just like intentionally trying to lose. Like I was watching the Sixers and the Utah Jazz game last night, and I had the Sixers on a ticket. That was the most intentional tank shit I've ever seen in my life. Keontae George is snapping the whole entire game. He's got like 30-something points. A lot of this is coming in the third quarter. He shoots a shot from like damn near like LaMelo Ball high school range, and it's like an air ball. Comes down again, does the same exact thing. And the Sixers end up taking the lead and end up winning the game. And I was watching another game the other night, the Suns-Kings game. I'm telling you, these teams are like intentionally tanking. I swear to God, they are. Like, if you're watching these games and like taking time out of your day and like watching the progression of an NBA game, like you're thinking like, the Sixers really about to lose to the Jazz, and then they just get to this point of the game where it just salts away. I'm blindly fading these teams. It's been making me money in the last like month and a half. If you've been noticing the action in Discords, like the same rotation of teams, we'll talk about those 8 teams that are on the list, but this is one of those teams. I like the Orlando Magic here in this spot. Dallas is a bet on team, I think, tomorrow. Like if they're going to put a crazy line against the Celtics, I think you take Cooper Flagg in a homecoming game.
I mean, Cooper Flagg, I get it, but don't you think it's going to be a very angry Celtics squad?
I mean, but the line's going to be crazy, though. Like, if it's like 15.5 or something like that, throw a little sprinkle on Dallas. Not outright, but, I think the spot's tomorrow night for Dallas. This is not like a spot that like I think we're going to get like the best Dallas Mavericks. It's not on national television. Nobody cares about this game besides the Orlando Magic.
This was just pulled at a bunch of books. I wonder if that means Cooper's actually in. It was just pulled at a bunch of offshores. I want to wait. Well, let's just see what the best on the legals for LJ here. Yeah, so the 2.5s are widely available at -110. I think I can get you better than that. So we'll keep working on that. So with the fade of the Mavericks, you want Magic full game here, and I know that you'll confirm everything on in the Discord. But
Yeah. This is a Magic full game 3-leg parlay. But if you're looking at it from a spread angle wise, I mean, FanDuel has that prop where you can bet first quarter full game till LJ's first quarter look action, and if they're covering the first quarter, I think they can definitely win full game here. You're not asking them to cover the spread; you're asking them to cover the money line at that point. So I'd probably say if you're just looking to tail some action, either tail the Magic in the parlay or tail the Magic first quarter full game, or just first quarter straight up.
let's roll on to the next game on the board. We heard from Brizzy saying that he has been fading these teams that are tanking, but what do you do when they play each other, Brizzy? Jazz Wizards. Oh, this is horrifying. Jazz 18-44, 7-23 on the road. Washington Wizards 16-45, 11-21 at home. We are at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. We have been waiting on bated breath for the Trae Young show to begin, and now we get to see it. Trae Young here, the starting point guard for the Washington Wizards. Young, Johnson, Riley, Koulibaly. Gill is questionable at the 5. Everybody else out other than Gill questionable at the 5. Markkanen and George out here for the Jazz. So it's Collier, Williams, Bailey, Hinson, and Filipowski. So here we go. We have the Jazz losers of 7 straight games. Second half of back-to-back, as Brizzy said, they were rolling there for a little bit, but then they let go. This is the second game of a 3-game road trip. This is their third game in 4 nights with constant travel. It's a pretty terrible situation. There is some excitement here for the Wizards. It was exciting just watching Trae Young get kicked out of a basketball game. And now we get to see him on the floor here. The second half of the Trae Young career now with the Wizards. This Wizards team has lost 6 straight. They just lost by 17 at Orlando, but at home, they've been playing teams pretty tough, and they played the Rockets pretty tough, losing by 5. They lost by 9 at home versus the Raptors. They lost by 17 at home against Charlotte, and we've seen what Charlotte's doing to other teams. They beat the Pacers in back-to-back home games. So they've been playing with some intensity, and now we have Ice Trae playing. Drewski with Trae 6 or more assists. We have Vitalis in the house, or as our guy Peter Loshak called him for so long, Vitalis. Second prop, Ace Bailey, or 15.5 points. As a rookie, he's been highly productive with a projection of 16.24 points against the line of 15.5. His versatility in scoring and rebounding. So here we go. So the Jazz are 0-6 post All-Star break. 7th fastest pace of the 103 possessions game, shooting the ball poorly. 43.6 from the field and 30.5 from 3. Washington 2-6 post All-Star break. 6th fastest pace, 103.13 possessions game, shooting 47.7 from the field and 35.2 from 3. Let's grab this line history and let Brizzy get us rolling here. We have a total of 241.5. This one opened up at 241. Took a little under 2 hours to get to 243, hovered around 243.5, and then started dropping over the last hour, and we're back at 241.5. So we've had a half-point move towards the over. And then from a point spread perspective, we've had a real move towards the Wizards. We have the Wizards now sitting -4.5. This opened up at 7:50 p.m. last night as a pick'em, a 4.5-point move towards the Wizards. Brizzy, my friend, take it away.
Yeah, the books are becoming a little bit more hip to like the system play of the Battle of the Tank. If you ever heard of that system play, the team with the worst record usually wins these type of basketball games. Both teams' third game in 4 nights. Trae Young activated for tonight's game. I don't really have too much to say on this one. I would say Washington team total over as a lean. But if you're playing this game, why wouldn't you just play Trae Young props? I like the shooting props more than the assist props. I get the assist props really low at 5.5 for Trae Young, but I mean Trae Young's activated for a game against the Utah Jazz without Keontae George. I think he's going to be shooting the shit out of the basketball. You can get Trae Young 2+ 3-pointers at -200. I mean, that seems like a good parlay piece or a prize pick ticket, sleeper at whatever, chalkboard, wherever the fuck you play on. I would just pick Trae Young points or 3-pointers. I would not. I get the assist is really low. 5.5 assists for Trae Young is wild. Like if you look at any type of model, he's going over 5.5 assists like damn near every basketball game he's ever played. But I'd rather just bet the points. Why wouldn't you just go points or 3-pointers? I mean, he didn't get activated to pass the basketball. He got activated to go shoot and sell tickets for the Wizards.
But don't you think he's going to want to ingratiate himself with his teammates?
It's fucking Trae Young. You think he's going out here to go pass the ball, to go to Koulibaly? Or is he going to go out here and he's going to go jack up some fucking threes and hope they go in? Like everybody's going to be hyped.
I guess you're saying he's just a complete asshole.
That's Trae Young. Yes, he's a complete asshole. That's why
doesn't care about anybody else. I mean, if that's the sentiment, then if he's just a horrible person, he's not going to pass the ball in his first game with these teammates. It seems.
I think he's going to jack up some threes. Yes.
No, it's. I love hearing
when
the
are you
analysis.
ever getting Trae Young at 2 + 3-pointers at -200 as like a parlay piece to something like that is wild. Like Trae Young's 3-point prop is usually like 2.5 at juice or 3.5 at plus money.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I would.
You don't think Trae Young plays 25 to 28 minutes tonight, doesn't hit 2 3-pointers? Like what is he out there to do?
I'm certainly not against the look on the threes. I just mean that I would think a point guard with his first game on a team would want to show his teammates that he's going to help distribute the basketball and lead by example. But I hear your breakdown and it's interesting. Let's hear from LJ. We have Jazz, Wizards, Trae Young back in business, Capital One Arena. LJ, take it away.
Yeah, Jimmy, you asked the question, what do you do with two tanking teams playing each other? You just take the points, especially with these two teams. They're giving up 120 plus points. So why not just take the over? I mean, all these teams do is shoot threes anyway, so we just hoping they make the shot because they're going to put up enough of them because their percentages, like you got teams shooting like at 15%, 20% from the 3-point line. They still jack up shots. So it's all about hitting the shot in the NBA these days, man. But yeah, you're not going to get the Wizards as a home favorite too much, often on the schedule. And they're hitting at the over 75%, 3-1 to the over. It's not a big sample size, but hey, when we get it, I think we should take advantage of it. And they're 11-4 to the over their last 15. And last 13 times these two teams played, 9-4 to the over. So I'm just going to stick to what the numbers are saying, man. Over 243. Unless you can give me a better number, I'm going to stick to the points.
Let's get that for you. By the way, I did find a -105 at least for that first quarter. -1.5, -105. We're going to look for the over here for LJ, and it's dropped back to close to that opening number. So that is good. Let's see what we get here. We get a 241 flat, -107 to the over. At this point, that's the best that I see. We'll go to the legal books and see if they can hook you up with anything better than that. No, but that's the best number. 72% of the tickets on the under and 90% of the cash, according to Odds Logic. And this has gone from 241.5 up to 244 and then back to a flat 241. Very, very, very interesting. We have LJ here on the over 241 -110. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. So, as you guys know, this angle is my favorite angle in basketball because it gives you two shots at it. It's you guys, how many times have I said the 10-point favorite on the first leg of a back-to-back? And look, this is not the type of situation. Even though Brooklyn slowed their pace way down from what they were playing earlier in the year, then they slowed it even down more than this. So it's been kind of dramatic with their pace play, but the Heat aren't one of these teams that you would gravitate towards this, but it's just so we didn't have any opportunities yesterday. Then on Tuesday we had two. So the idea is if the first half is soaring over, you live bet a full unit on the under, and that's hitting at 90% this year. 92. Crazy. I mean, I've never had anything like that before. And then we have the other option is that the whole game just goes under, and both games just went under. We didn't get a chance to live bet them on Tuesday, and that is the best case scenario. You don't really want to live bet them, even though it's adds some fun to it. So here we bet the under 227. We have a full unit ready at halftime or with 2 minutes left in the half, depending on how you see the scoring in that game, to bet the under. Miami on the first of a back-to-back, and they play at Charlotte tomorrow. Big time action, man. Now Charlotte games are must-see TV. So let's roll. Brooklyn Nets and Miami Heat. Brooklyn 0-8 post All-Star break. 23rd fastest pace, 97.75 possessions a game, 43.8 from the field, and 31.3 from three. They're shooting the ball horrifically. Miami 4-2 over since the All-Star break. 103.31 possessions a game, fourth fastest, 48.7 from the field, and 36.7 from three. Miami is on the first of a back-to-back. They play at Charlotte tomorrow, as I said. Let's pull up the line history here and set this one all up. First off, though, this total is at 227. That's where I got it. Opened up at 226, now at 227, sitting there. From a point spread, here we have the 13 on Miami. They opened up at 13, dropped down to 12.5 for a little bit. Now they're back at 13. When we get to the cash flow here for the spot, we have 76% of tickets and 93% of cash on Miami. Line not moving. 52% of tickets on the under and 51% of cash on the over. So a lot of question marks around the total. Brooklyn coming off this loss at Miami, Tuesday, 124-98. It was ugly. And now they play again. Look, I don't ever want to back the team that blew out the opponent in the first round. In fact, I'm trying very hard to never do that. And I made a point of saying I will never do that again. It's tricky. It's tricky to stick to those things. Let's take a quick look at who will be in the lineup and who won't be, and then we'll have LJ lead us off here. So for these Heat, everybody we know is out. Storman, Norman, Jovic, Fontecchio out. Demon out for the Nets. So no surprises, no question marks. LJ from H-Town, take it away.
Yeah, Jimmy, I just think you just trust the system. I mean, both these teams just played, and it went under. So why not just go back with the under again? I mean, your system is right there, and I don't expect the Nets to do anything different than they showed Tuesday night. I mean, they're giving up 126 points, so pretty sure Miami's going to probably hit their team total 119 because it's the same as it was on Tuesday. So nothing has changed from this game to the last one. So I would just take the under. I haven't made it official because I'm like you. I don't like taking the favorite again that, just beat the same team, So I haven't bet anything this game, but I mean, Miami has all the advantages. And double-digit road dogs are 3-13 against the spread in their last 16. So numbers say the Nets are going to get blew out again, but I didn't bet anything, so I passed.
And, with this system, because I didn't figure it out until last year, I started talking about it. Then I didn't figure out that the live bet was the best bet that I've found in any sport ever.
Yeah.
Until basically watching it this year, So what I have not figured out is when to bet the total. I mean, you got to see if it's moving to the over. You kind of got to I don't have a routine. I haven't been betting it right away because generally speaking, I mean, what would you say? Like 80% of totals climb in the NBA? I mean, maybe that's a little extreme.
I mean, it feels like it, right?
Yeah.
Like the live bet is never about the under. Usually never goes under. Like on the like they usually never bring down the total. Like they usually always bring it up on the live.
Yeah, and also every time it goes up 7 points, I bet the under. There's another system there. So, and I'm not a system bettor, but I just love these ones here. I love the second chance here. So we have the Godfather on the under 227.5 says Brooklyn's offensive profile is weak. Miami's missing multiple rotation pieces. In the last meeting landed at 222. Vitalis is on Bam over 33.5 PRA. Says Bam has cleared this PRA total in each of his last 3 games. And I guess the only concern then would be you don't want Miami up too big because it's the first half of a back-to-back, and they're going to need Bam against Charlotte. God, Charlotte. I just, now that I got the East at 30-1, I'm in, man. I'm in. Brizzy, take it away. Nets Heat. Any interest?
Yeah, usually I don't like backing teams in a home and home for a sweep, but the numbers just say back the Heat here. It kind of seems a little bit different in like a tanking situation. Teams below 30% versus teams above 50% have gone 68, 53, and 2 ATS, and home teams have gone 39, 23, and 1 ATS. It does concern me a little bit about the Charlotte game tomorrow, but this just seems like if you get ahead early, then the starters don't have to play in the fourth quarter, and the back-to-back really doesn't matter too much. And if anything, narrative theory-wise, Brooklyn and Miami for multiple days, you were the worst teams in the NBA. They probably got lit one of those nights, but, that's just me thinking.
Yeah, I mean, they probably did. I mean, God. Yeah, this is let's roll on. Let's just roll on. Our next spot on the board here, we would be going back to Brizzy, but we will want LJ to hit leadoff. So I'll get Brizzy to hit leadoff here for our Raptors Timberwolves. But Warriors and LJ's Houston Rockets, Toyota Center, Houston, Texas. Rockets are on the first of a back-to-back. They host the Blazers tomorrow. Houston 5-2 post All-Star break, 22nd fastest pace at 98.14 possessions a game, shooting 50.2 from the field. 50.2 from the field post All-Star break and 36.6 from three. I cannot wait to watch KD in the playoffs, to watch Terry Easton in the playoffs. The parity, I know the Thunder are right now, what was the number I have? Because right now at 365, you can bet Thunder or the field. So I don't feel that way. I feel like that there's some parity in the NBA. Obviously, the Thunder are the favorite, and I'm not talking about the Rockets. I'm talking about the Spurs. And then I want to see
The Nuggets
Thunder. Yeah. I mean, that's how do you not want? I mean, that's just, you want to see that. Warriors are 2-4 post All-Star break, 18th fastest pace in the league, 100.42 possessions game, shooting 45.6 from the field and 34.5 from three. We have a bunch of questionables here. Thompson, Smith, and Sengun are all questionable right now, so we got to roll through. Now, Sengun is sick, so we'll have to see if, the shoot around has not happened yet. I
don't think he's rocking tonight.
Then we have Jabari Smith, right ankle sprain. So they thought he was going to be fully cleared to play, but they wanted to test it out during the pregame warmups. Then we have Thompson. Amen is questionable, sprained his ankle Monday's win over Washington, so he could miss his third game of the season. Now, Udoka said that he's good to go. So I guess we just trust Udoka. Over here for the Warriors, Richard, Zingis, Moody, Steph, all out. Peyton is questionable. We get to the line history here for this spot. We have the Golden State Warriors right now plus 8.5. They opened up at 9, so plus 8.5. We've had some movement, though. Opened up at 9, went up to 9.5 for a while. It didn't move towards the Warriors until 8:45 this morning, until the line had been out for over 12 hours. From a total standpoint here, we have a 213. I know that under bettors have been cashing in Rockets games. The interesting thing is it went from 215 up to 216.5. Before this there was this drop down to 213. The Golden State Warriors lost 2 straight. They lost to the Lakers and then the Clippers at home, both by margin, 28 to the Lakers, 13 to the Clippers. And now they head out on the road. The Rockets come back. Now, again, we talk about it so often. You fly back home from the Eastern, time zone, whatever. You fly back from a far trip. You don't want to fly back the day after the game and then play the next day. You want those 2 days. So they flew back on Tuesday. They didn't have to play yesterday. And now they should be ready to go after a 3-game road trip through Orlando, Miami, and Washington. And then these Golden State Warriors are starting out a 3-game trip. Saturday, Oklahoma City, Monday, Utah. LJ, your team in business. Take it away.
Yeah, Jimmy, I'm really waiting for the injury report to clear before I make anything official in this game, because it's going to matter if Amir Thompson. You said Udoka said he's good to go, but until I see officially, I gotta know because without him, they look completely different. And then you're depending on Reed Shepherd to run the offense, which he's been doing good for the most part. But I still need a man in there for the defense and the rebounding because he makes the team so much more dynamic. And the Warriors, I don't think they have enough scoring, to be honest.
Will Kunkel did the beat reporter confirm this. He said
Okay.
Udoka told me that Amen Thompson is good to go. So we have
Right.
it like some legitimacy around it because Kunkel, and you must know him, Kunkel's confirmed
Yeah.
saying he told me, I'm confirming that Thompson is good to go. So we might be able to get ahead a little bit of the line. I just wanted just to sink that in, but keep rolling. I'm sorry to
No,
interrupt.
it's all good. It's all good. I see what you're saying. But at the same time, I still need to know from my cap to be official.
Mhm.
But all in all, I think I'm going to go back to a trend that I've been taking with the Rockets, man. They're back home and the offense is still shaky. And if Kevin Durant is just not efficient, because that last game against DC, man, I got a lot to say about it. We ain't got enough time, but it just seemed like to me he was being so passive and didn't want to be assertive because he really didn't want to do anything. You know what I'm saying? Too much. But when Amir went out with that sprained ankle, he had to come back in the game and assert himself and put up those points. That's one of the reasons why we cashed him. But now they're back home. And I believe that he's going to rely on a lot of other pieces because I think he sees the Warriors don't have enough to keep up with them because they have a lot of major pieces out. Moody's out. A lot of their scoring is out. So the Warriors are 8-4 to the under as a road dog. And I've been taking the Rockets at home unders. The last 4 out of the last 5 games have gone over, and 3 out of the last 4 versus the West has gone over. But it's still 14-4 in this last 18 to the under versus the Western Conference. So I'm going to trust this total goes under because I think the Rockets are going to play defense. And if you say a mid's in there, that means that the defensive presence is going to be there. I don't really need Sagoon, in my opinion, because if we got Amir and we got Eason, I believe we can have enough with our bench to where we can hold off the Warriors since they don't have their size either. Horford's out, I believe, right? Porzingis, all the other key guys for the most part. So they don't have a lot of size, is what I'm trying to say. And I
Horford
think,
is in though. Horford's in.
Okay.
Draymond, so the 5 Horford, the 4 Green, just no Zingas.
okay,
No
okay.
Moody.
I just think we have pretty much more size to get on the boards and contain the possessions. So I'm gonna take the under official for the show, 214.5. And I'm gonna tweet out a couple more plays once I see that the lineup is official with Amir Thompson in there.
Respect.
But-
I will line shop for the total. Take it away, Brizzy, my man.
Yeah, national TV game, Amazon Prime. I could kind of see a case here for a backdoor cover, but I mean, I guess it's Houston or pass for me in this spot. I mean, without Curry, Golden State's going 4-11 ATS, losing by 11.3 points per game. So it's just like, I'm out. Fuck that shit, I'm out.
I love, because I set up a game and then I handed off to Daryl, and still I love it when he's like, "No, I don't want it."
I would say the best
Nope.
the best angle in this one would be the battle of the Whiteys here, Podsminski versus Reece Shepherd. I would take Podsminski PRA.
Pods PRA. It was last game, right? He had 22 in the 20 in the first half and 2 in the second half.
Yeah, I mean,
I
they're
did-
just letting them rock.
I did find it 214.5. It wasn't easy, and it wasn't that expensive. -116. And anyone can find a legit.
I'd
That's
stay
all,
away
that-
from the total national TV game. The stats are gonna say under, but like Amazon Prime paid a good chunk of money for some NBA games, and they have not gone as well as planned. There's been a lot of blowouts in the last month on the Amazon Prime games. They definitely are calling out Silver like, yo, what the fuck?
Let's roll on, fellas. Brizzy, you'll hit leadoff for us here, 8 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Raptors, 35-26, 19-10 on the road to the Minnesota Timberwolves, 39-23, 21-11 at home, where the Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's so crazy what's happened to me with the Raptors. I went from so excited to, do these guys care? And it happens pretty fast. And it sucks. It sucks. There was a time where we were talking in the chat about, should we move on a Raptors to win the East, just like a lottery ticket type, obviously, with long odds. They're 40-1 now to win the East. They don't even have that 5th seed lock. We were certain they were going to be the 5th seed against the Rockets, which they claimed 3 weeks ago was a perfect setup for them. God, things have changed very, very fast for Raptors fans. And you know what you could say, and I need to study it more, and I don't hear people saying this, but Murray Boyles gets hurt, and the intensity and the work ethic, and it all dries up.
Yeah, you probably get hurt when you're smashing Chloe Kitts at night.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. It's not. But
top five college women's basketball player. She played as.
I know. Sorry, yeah.
I mean, the girlfriend's probably more popular than him.
Yeah, now I remember.
Look at social media followers.
But this guy, maybe it's him. BI has been so good this year. How do you say anything negative about what BI is doing? Bringing 22 a game, 5.7 boards, 3.8 assists. He is questionable right now with a thumb sprain. And, he's just a calm dude. The guy's just calm. So when we're getting destroyed by the Knicks 4 games in a row, you don't see him getting upset. And maybe that's God. I don't see anybody getting upset except for us, the fans, getting very angry. IQ, BI questionable, RJ, Barnes, and Pirtle, you're 1 to 5. We tried very hard to trade Pirtle, and we couldn't find any takers. On the other side, for the Timberwolves, Ant is questionable. Ant is questionable with a foot injury, late addition to the injury report. Now, every time so far, and I don't want to tie it all in because sample size is so small, but every time that I look at Ant being a late addition to the injury report, it's not a good sign to be a late addition to the injury report. Maybe they want a maintenance day for their franchise player. He plays every time. So I'm not going to sit here and say, it's a bad sign or any of that bullshit. I don't know what to do. I expect him to play. This total's at 225. It opened up at 228. So that could tell you that someone knows he's out. That's a 3-point drop in the total. From a side perspective, it's moved 2 points to the Raptors. Again, that could tell. It just doesn't work for me saying, the market's telling us this. Because then there's a 2-point move back to the Timberwolves. Ant goes out on the court and drops 30.
Yeah, I remember I took the Cavs in that spot like a month ago.
I think I did too. Yeah.
Smoked. It gets ruled in with like 10 minutes left before the game starts, and he goes out there and scores 35. It's just like, all right, that's fuck that.
But God, Brizzy, it's a 4.5 at circa now.
I think the line's telling you that he's out, but we've done this too many times, and I'm cool little bet.
Dougie Wise says, I think the Raptors went outright. 56% of the tickets, 70% of the cash on the Toronto Raptors, 87% of the tickets, 95% of cash on the under here. And so we have 2 stars and BI on the one side, Ant on the other side that are questionable. The market is telling us that Ant won't be in the lineup. This is a team that's won 4 straight games. The Raptors' loss against the Knicks was the worst I've felt because all the years we've been bad, you've had no hope. So who cares if they suck? Then all of a sudden this year, they show great defense at times. The young players on the team are athletic and can play multiple positions and they can defend. And you start getting excited. And then the Knicks just blow them out over and over again, and nobody seems to care. This is the second game of a 3-game homestand for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Brizzy, take it away.
Yeah, this isn't a spot that you want to stick your neck out and just back the Timberwolves here. It's just like, especially at chalk, Minnesota's only 13 and 19 ATS at home with a minus 2.6 ATS differential. So it's like, this is hell no. Like, I don't think I want to back Minnesota in this spot. If I were to back Minnesota in a type of way, I like Julius Randle over on points. I think Julius Randle's in store for a big night here. I think if Anthony Edwards gets ruled out, you probably get a couple more points on the Julius Randle prop. That would be maybe one way to attack this. Like you play Julius Randle over on points now. If Anthony Edwards gets ruled out, that shit's going up in the 20s. So that would probably be my angle. And this one would be Julius Randle props or Toronto Raptors on the spread. But damn if I do, damn if I don't. Won't find out.
when we look at, how have the Raptors followed up, terrible losses, and they've done okay when Detroit destroyed us and broke our spirit. That was the beginning of it. 113-95. I guess it doesn't count because they had the All-Star break in between. That doesn't count. Let's see. When have they got annihilated? We got annihilated at home against the Knicks on Wednesday, January 28th. And then we went to Orlando, and I'm pretty sure I backed them because I still thought the team had heart then. They lost by 10 points. They didn't show anything here. When we lost to the Lakers at Crypto by 17, we came back and quickly went for 40, and we beat the Warriors in San Francisco. And so against the Warriors, because the same thing happened when we lost at Washington by 21 points. We needed overtime to get past the Warriors. I don't know. I've started questioning this team's heart, and it's a shitty feeling. Shitty feeling questioning their heart. I feel it inside. It makes me feel sick. I really like this young group. LJ, take it away.
Yeah, I will lean under just because Toronto is an under team, top 3 in the league, 10-4 to the under the last 14. But I don't bet the Timberwolves at home. They're much better on the road. Their angle at home is they don't cover the spread. They're just trying to score. So it's all about motivation with them. And if they see a team in front of them that they're really not concerned about, and this is a non-conference game too, so Toronto could easily come in here and cover that 6. I would not be surprised at all. Toronto's a good first half team too, so if you want to look at them early,
they can win this outright.
Yeah, they can, but the motivation is with me, and Minnesota doesn't be motivated at home. They play better on the road without the distractions of whatever's going on. So under would be a heavy lean, but nothing official.
I guess
I would not parlay Minnesota and shit. I do not throw Minnesota in no filler parlay, no degen parlay, no nothing. Like, they could easily lose this game outright. The non-conference factor is a huge one. Like, the Raptors need a little bit of a pick-me-up spot, and Minnesota could give 2 shits less about this spot.
I would prefer, honestly, Ant to be in. You go back to the original number or more, and then take the Raptors. I fear you take Ant out of the Wolves lineup. It gives the other players, they want to show what they
Julius
can do.
Randle.
I would prefer it the other way around here, Ant, with the foot injury. Dougie Y says Raps outright. I love it. Go get it, Dougie, my man. He's all over the Raptors. And yes, Swig, Ian Cameron said that the Raptors were a spot he wanted. Let's roll on to a beauty. San Antonio, Texas, Frost Bank Center. Detroit Pistons 45-15, 21-8 on the road. Spurs 44-17, 21-6 at home. And this also, we arrive at the Stacks Play of the Day number 2. Our guy Justin McKelvey is on the Detroit Pistons plus 3.5 at minus 110. Stacks in the house.
Stacks.
We also have the spreadsheet play of the day from Ron Crawford. If you're listening on headphones, it's going to get loud. Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play of the day on the Pistons, the corner of Stacks and Spreadsheet Boulevard.
Ron Crawford.
So the Pistons lose 113-109 at Cleveland, snaps a 3-game winning streak. And now they face the Spurs. The Spurs, we talked about this because we talked about it in the Houston game. Houston came back on the second. Their game was on the second. They fly back on the third. They rest on the fourth. They play on the fifth. Here, the Spurs fly back from a long road trip. They fly back yesterday, and they play immediately against the hungry Detroit Pistons squad. A squad that they went into Detroit and manhandled 114-103, 2 weeks ago? Drewski says Spurs money line. AOD says Pistons. Rabenga. Chappie says yes. The Spurs just had the rodeo road trip, but none of them, except for a couple, have a family at home. They're ready to get up here. In my opinion, I hear that.
I don't know why that made me laugh. That was funny.
I hear that, but
That's true.
I will
Nah,
not
Castle
ever
and them,
back a
the
team
boys
that
is
doesn't
scum.
get that extra day. That day is so crucial. We talk about it in hockey. We talk about it in basketball. You need that day. Pistons sitting here at plus 3.5. They opened up at 3. They opened up at 3, 8:01 p.m. That took 2 hours to get to a 3.5, and it's just sitting there. So we have a half-point move towards the San Antonio Spurs. From a total standpoint here, we have a 228.5. This one opened up at 228. When we get to the expectation here of these lineups, we have Barnes out. That's really the only, you don't get to watch Miles Plumlee run the floor for 4 minutes. He's out as well. So let's set this one up here and hand it over to our guy, LJ from H-Town. We have the Pistons 5-2 post All-Star break, 17th fastest pace, 100.43 possessions a game, shooting 47.4 from the field and 30 from 3. San Antonio 6-1 post All-Star break, 102.21 possessions a game. That's 11th fastest, and shooting the ball beautifully, 48.8 from the field and 38.7 from 3. When we get to the cash flow for this spot, there's 64% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on the Detroit Pistons. And I agree, because of the travel situation for the Spurs, 74% tickets on the under, 3% cash on the under. That's a lot of money on the Detroit Pistons for a half-point move against the Detroit Pistons. LJ from H-Town, we're talking Texas basketball. Lead us to the bag, my friend. Take it away.
Yeah, man. Everybody's got, the situation lines up perfect for Detroit. It really doesn't get any better than this, man. And it's an ultimate revenge spot. They just got their ass whooped by this team. So now you catch them vulnerable coming back off a road game. And I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be mad at Detroit for a game, but I want to cut the game in half because I believe Detroit is going to be more focused and more determined in the first half of the game, because we already know the Spurs come out early, first quarter. They're the best first quarter team in the NBA. But also Detroit is one of the best second quarters teams in the NBA. And I believe the game goes like that. The Spurs get up in the first quarter, maybe a bucket. Detroit comes back in that second quarter and take the lead. And I believe they win that first half just because of the situation that they play in. They're 7-4 against the spread in the first half on the road versus the Western Conference, the Detroit Pistons. So this is a situation that I've been tracking all year, and I'm going to trust it again just because the Spurs are vulnerable. So Detroit, first quarter, plus the 2. And I'll even take the money line. Whatever number you can give me, I got a plus 123. Detroit, first half money line. But if you can beat it, hey, so be it. But that's my spot.
See, we'll figure out exactly what you're making it official here. But with the Spurs on the first of back-to-back, they host the Clippers tomorrow night. I feel like I like the first quarter, but I'm not as high on the half. What a terrible spot this is to have a back-to-back with one day off the day you fly back home. The first quarter does really appeal to me, though, and I didn't have it at all in my thought process. What am I looking for line shopping, LJ, to make official?
The first half for Detroit. I got plus 2.
Okay, first half plus 2. So then what, because you talked about the first quarter, what got you off that first quarter?
Because the Spurs are good in the first quarter. They all season. So I don't want to go against that. I rather trust what my numbers are saying. But I want to make sure that the first half, that number is right there, because Detroit can cover that. They've covered that number on the road. Like I said, 7 out of their 11 games on the road versus the West. So that's a good percentage for me to keep invested in that because of the situation. I think the Spurs are going to run out of legs eventually. And I think Detroit got it on the blade for getting their ass whooped the last game. So they probably got this game circled. And the Spurs have a couple of more heavy games coming up. They got Boston. They got Denver. You just mentioned the Clippers. So they got some nice games coming back at home. But Detroit, I feel they can catch them with the rest. They can catch them early and possibly win the game outright. But I just want to cut the game in half.
Detroit first half +2, available -110 offshore. Let's hear from Brizzy. This is a fun one, man. This is a fun one. Lots of different angles. Take it away. Peel back the game, Brizzy. Pistons, Spurs.
Yeah, I think there's a good spot for Detroit catching San Antonio coming back from that East Coast road trip, play back-to-back primetime games. Detroit 9-0 ATS straight up since October the 29th as an underdog, winning games by 12.8 points per game. So Detroit Pistons are damn near most profitable underdog to bet on in the NBA. I like Kate Cunningham's prop. He had a really bad game against the Spurs the last time out. I think he's going to come in here for some revenge. It's usually his assist prop that you usually want to play, but I think you go points.
God, wasn't Stephen Castle so mature the way he handled that? I mean, if I was a Spurs fan and the way he handled clearly being pushed and the way he deflected it immediately away from Cade, but to how it pumped our team up. You saw everybody get involved.
Well, he's a UConn alumni. You know Hurley. Hurley's a crazy guy. I can't imagine playing for Hurley.
Yeah, I was extremely impressed with Castle's maturity. I was just the Spurs are going to be really good for a long time, which is good for the state of Texas because the Rockets are really good too right now. Just my 2 cents is on the Pistons money line at +140 here. LJ on Detroit first half +2. I am interested in flipping the switch away from the Spurs being good in the first quarter. This is an angry Pistons team that wants to send a message. And for me, I think it would be more of a first quarter full game here, but I do understand the first half. I understand everybody on the Pistons. It's good that I go to basketball with Carter, then I come back for an hour before taking Elliot basketball. It's good because I want this market to marinate. I want to see if tickets start as people get off work and things like that, tickets start coming in on the Spurs. I'm not sure how heavy I want to invest in the Pistons, but it's clear that this is a bad spot for the Spurs. Let's roll on. Chappie says, I play Spurs every game, but he's nervous this first quarter. Okay, I like hearing that. Great to have TC in the house. Let's roll on. So we have game 2. We have game 2 of the 10-point double-digit favorite. On the first of a back-to-back, the Suns host the Pelicanos tomorrow. This is a great spot for whom will dictate the pace. As you guys know, I've been trying to stay away from totals, but I couldn't help moving on this one. This one opened up at 225.5, sitting here at 224.5. I see a couple books at 224. It's not moving much. But the fact that since the All-Star break, the Suns are playing at the slowest pace in the entire NBA, and who is going to dictate the pace, the better basketball team or the home team? It's both the Suns here. This is pretty nice. Now, they're shooting the ball terribly, which is also very nice. 39.1 from the field and 33.7 from 3. No team has a worse field goal percentage in the NBA post All-Star break than the Suns. The Bulls 1-6 since the All-Star break, third fastest pace, 103.43 possessions a game, shooting 44.8 from the field and 35.7 from 3. We talked about that total moving slightly towards the under. Again, the system is you take a full unit, which is not my live bet. I don't bet full units live on the under at the halfway, at half or 2 minutes left in the second quarter if it's flying over. If it's close to around the number, you just let it go. It has to be flying over. This spread is at 10.5. Opened up at 10.5, moved to 11.5, and then came back to 10.5. When we get to the cash flow here for this one, sorry about that. We have 57% of the tickets and 76% of cash on the Bulls. It's not moving the needle at all. 60% of the tickets on the under, 61% of cash on that under. The Bulls couldn't keep winning. So the last game, the Bulls Thunder was the system too, right? Thunder were a double-digit favorite on the first leg of a back-to-back. We didn't get the opportunity to live bet it because the whole game was going under the whole time, and that's what it did. The Suns come off beating Sacramento 114-103, and as I said, they begin the first of a back-to-back. Here we go, our next spot on the board. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Bulls Suns.
Yeah, while it's a big number on Phoenix, it kind of makes sense. Chicago's been really that you usually see with the Chicago front office. They always try to eat their way into a play-in spot, kind of edge on the fans to stick around for another season. They said, "Fuck it this year. We're tanking. We're going full out tank." And they've, if you look at the head-to-head between these two teams, it's pretty ridiculous. I'm not a head-to-head guy, but some of these do stand out. I mean, 11 straight losses to Phoenix. The last time they beat the Suns was in March of 2019. Phoenix second in the NBA ATS wise, 36, 22, and 3 this season. If you're looking for a player prop in this one, I like Colin Gillespie over his 3-pointers. He's like the only one that really can jack up some threes besides Devin Booker and Rish the 5'9" O'Neal. But I like the Suns here in this spot. This concludes the 3-leg parlay. I got Phoenix, Miami, and Orlando was minus 116.
Phoenix, Miami, Orlando.
I got the same parlay. That's crazy.
Oh, wow. I like it. Are you making it official as well, LJ?
I wasn't gonna make it official on the show. It was just something I just had just because the spreads are so big. Why not just parlay them all together? I just thinking that, same thing Billy was thinking.
Minus 116. Also, at this point, very reasonable that Giddey doesn't play. Twisted his ankle a little bit, and the Bulls, for whatever reason, just shut down here. And then you have Bazelis ankle sprain. So it's possible that Bazelis and Giddey are not in the lineup here. Very, very, very possible. So let's hear from LJ. Bulls, Suns.
Yeah, the angle with the Suns right now is just the first quarter under. They're 8-1 to the first quarter under in their last 9, and the Bulls can't score. So I'm just going to trust that under first quarter still goes under because the Bulls on the road, and we already said the numbers of how bad they are, and they're double-digit road dog. And like we just said, 3-13 against the spread so far. So not only do I think the Suns will cover the game, I think they'll smack them up. But I think they can play some defense on the Bulls because I don't see them putting up any type of points on the Suns team that's at home and that hasn't been doing well as of late. They're 2-8 against the spread the last 10, so they're looking for, probably a good win, for their fans. So let's go first quarter under, Jimmy. What number can you give me for the first quarter under?
First quarter under, I will look at this book. It's generally the best, and then we'll compare it here. But the first quarter under that I am looking at here is a 55 flat at minus 108.
Okay.
But I will. Oh,
no, I got under 54.5 minus 105. So it's pretty much the same.
No, that's much better. The 55 flat 55. I mean, I love flat numbers on totals.
Yeah.
I love pushes being in play, but under 55.5 minus 108 because it's only 3 cents for a half point there. It gives you a flat number. But I'm going to line shop and see if I can beat that. Brizzy's got a Phoenix, Miami, Orlando parlay. Let's roll on to the next one on the board here. Lakers, Nuggets, Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Lakers 37-24, 19-12 on the road. Nuggets also 38-24, 16-12 at home. Crazy that's their record. 16-12 at home, and yet we're talking about a team that's 14 games over 500. Lakers are 4-3 post All-Star break, 24 fastest pace, 97.57 possessions a game, shooting the ball beautifully, 48.6 from the field and 39.8 from 3. They are on the first of a back-to-back. They host the Pacers tomorrow. Denver 3-4, and they're playing so fast. The second fastest pace in the NBA. Now
they're not playing fast. Their defense is ass. I'm telling you, they're not playing that fast. Their defense is ass. The Denver defense is a big problem without Aaron Gordon out there.
They're shooting 47.6 from the field and 36.7 from 3. Gordon is out, and Johnson is questionable. It's just Kleber questionable here for the Lakers. So Johnson missed the second half of the back-to-back, and he's in danger of missing his second straight game here with the ankle injury. So Cam Johnson is a question mark. Let's get into the line history and see what we are dealing with. Line history-wise, we have the Lakers +5 at minus 115. Opened up at 4.5 and are now a 5, half-point move towards Denver. From a total scenario, we have 241 juice to the under. This one opened up at 238, and it moved fast. 230 actually didn't. 2.5 hours before it moved to 240, but we have a 3-point move towards the over. When we get to the cash flow here for this one, 64% of the tickets, 53% of the cash on Denver. A Circa hanging a 5, Superbook a 5.5. Oh, no, 5.5. Sorry, just a 5. DraftKings a 4.5. ESPN bet 4.5. BetMGM 4.5. But most books a 5. Under has 80% of the tickets and 90% of the cash, and the books are just laughing as they climb this number here. The LA Lakers, 3 straight wins coming off the 110-101 victory versus the Pelicanos. I was on the first half. It's one of the rare times. I swear, I feel like 98% of my first half bets that win, the full game covers too. It's a unicorn where I'm actually right taking the first half and not the full game. That was one of the rare occurrences where it worked with the first half and not the full game. And then the Nuggets coming off the 128-125 victory at the Utah Jazz. That snapped a 2-game losing streak. You know, of course, the OKC game was 3 games ago. And this is the first of a back-to-back. They host the New York Knicks tomorrow night. So it's both teams on the back second half or first half of a back-to-back. So here we go. Take it away, LJ. Lakers, Nuggets.
Yeah, we do know initially when you're looking at the Nuggets, you're probably always going to look at the over. 12-4 to the over last 16, 71% to the over versus the conference. But historically, this matchup is 10-4 to the under in their last 14. So we see defense played in these games. But I like the point Brizzy made. Aaron Gordon is an important piece for Denver to establish their defensive presence. And as long as he's not in there, I just think they're just trying to score. And I'll score you, try to keep up with you so they can stay in the game because the defense is not going to be there, in my opinion. And the Lakers, the last time they played this team, Luka had a triple-double. So they love playing Denver. And he possibly could get it again just because of how he looks at this team. They feel that this is going to be one of the teams they're going to be fighting for in the Western Conference. So I believe both these teams are going to try to take this game seriously, but I don't want to take a spread on Denver or anything like that because I trust Denver more on back-to-back. They're better play when they don't have no rest. So I'd rather invest with them tomorrow on the back-to-back with them. But far as this game, I have a lot of props. I'm not going to give them out. It's going to be too much for the show, but let's just stick to the one that's been doing us very well. DeAndre Ayton has a matchup versus Jokic tonight, and Jokic didn't play that last game versus the Lakers, so he's going to play tonight. And I don't think DeAndre Ayton is going to be able to do anything against the best player in the NBA, in my opinion. So they dropped his PRA was under 20.5, I think maybe 2 weeks ago. They dropped it to under 16.5, his PRA. And you know what, guys? I'm going to take it because 5 out of the 8 road games on the Western Conference, he's averaging a 12 PRA. And like I said, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything with Jokic tonight. He's not going to be part of the offense. He barely gets any assists. If you look at his stat line, they don't even put his assist product because he doesn't get any. And he doesn't get any points. So DeAndre Ayton, under 7, I have a 17.5 is right here. It's juice, but if you can find a better number, under 17.5 PRA for DeAndre Ayton is going to be my official prop for this show.
I love cheering against him for some reason. I don't know why.
Because he's a bum.
Nah, it was that thing last year about how he
when he got
skipped the game because there was snow in his driveway.
Because of snow. Yeah.
He's a bum.
But he'd also got lost one time. He got lost. That was for me. That was when I was like, oh my God. The guy got lost. He's stuck in traffic. He got lost. I was like, come on, man. That's just Ayton under 17.5 PRA. I'm gonna look and see if I can beat that spot here. And let's just take a quick I always know it's a good spot if it's not being offered at this one book, but I'm gonna line shop for it here. We have a lot of action coming in from cappers in the chat too. Great stuff coming in. The Skunt Bag play of the day. I got Cody Norm back in business. Great to see you. Lakers plus 5.5, and he sprinkled the money line. We have LeBron James for Vitalis over 5.5 rebounds at plus 120. Says with Denver's best perimeter defender, Aaron Gordon, ruled out with a hamstring injury, James is expected to face less resistance. We have the over 241.5 for Justin McKelvey. Chris Warren on the Lakers plus 5 and the money line. Dougie Wise is leaning towards Denver on the spread. Godfather on the Lakers plus 4.5 and minus 105. So let's hear from Brizzy. Brizzy, take it away for us here. We have a nice one. Nuggets, Lakers.
Yeah, eventually the Lakers will break this trend, but it's just very hard to ignore. The sportsbooks are usually right when they line the Lakers. Like as a favorite, they usually cover. As an underdog, they usually lose. They're 0-11 ATS as an underdog since December the 23rd, losing all 11 games by 8+ points. So right there, just kind of, yeah, I kind of like the over here in this one. I actually have a same game parlay here. Nikolai Jokic, triple-double. And the over 237.5, and that's plus 200 at FanDuel Sportsbook. I think Jokic is going to come out here and have a good game here. When you look at his prop line for his triple-double, anytime you see a triple-double at minus 150 or higher, you got to play it. I hit it with the total to kind of get some positive correlation with it to get the plus 200, but if you just wanted to take Nikolai Jokic triple-double straight up, I wouldn't blame you. I mean, when do you see a triple-double priced at minus 150 or higher than when, like, Russell Westbrook was on that crazy streak, like, 3 or 4 years ago?
Oh, I like where you are both at in this one here. I'm going to quickly see if I can – I might need your Ayton number at 17.5. I'm going to try to see if I can beat that combo right here for Ayton. Oh, I got 17.5 minus 112 to the under.
Let's do it.
All right,
Let's
17.5 minus 112. It's funny that my dislike with the under Ayton, there's a lot of jealousy in it too, you know, obviously. So it's not just because he could be.
He could.
Yeah.
He's a number 1 pick. Like he should be way better than what he is. But like you say, when you're not motivated, you know what I'm saying, and it doesn't mean that much to you, you're not going to put that much effort into it. He just likes it because he gets him paid.
Yeah.
I also think a little bit of the NBA is getting phased out with the centers because, like, if you look at like the points per game leaders this year, it's like the first year that the center is not on like the top.
Because he can't shoot. It's not like he can hit an outside jumper. It'd be different if he could hurt you from the perimeter, you know. But
can't shoot, so he's kind of like a post player. And then when you got guys like Victor Wembanyama, how good a
shooting threes
player do you really think you about to be in the NBA? Like. There isn't. Why don't you think Jacopoto got traded for the Toronto Raptors? Like, there isn't a market for the traditional big man like there used to be.
You're right. But when we do play Wemby, we're thankful to have Pirtle.
I think every team needs a big, but I mean, the NBA is just looked at a little bit differently. Those guys just get paid very small fractions of money, and they're usually like veterans.
Jose has the glorious honor of hosting the Pelicans-Kings game for you guys. I've got to take Carter to basketball. I want to review the action from you two gentlemen here, and then Jose, like you did last week, will send the additions. Brizzy, I know you're going to make everything confirmed in our Discord, and for all silver and gold members,
those are the two we're rolling with tonight. We're going with the 3-leg parlay of the Magic, Heat, Suns, and then that was minus 116, and then we got the 2-leg same game parlay in the Denver LA game, second of the Amazon Prime games. We got Nikolai Jokic triple-double and the over 237.5. That was plus 200 at FanDuel Sportsbook. In the Discord tonight, we got some Indian Wells action that we'll uncover for tonight. Tennis Paradise we go.
Well, hit us up here because you still got the one game that Jose is going to break down. I know no one seems to want to talk about it. Pelicans Kings. I'm just going to go over LJ's action. Ayton under PRA 17.5 minus 112. LJ's on the first quarter under 55 at minus 108 in Bulls Suns. And I'm interested in the Pistons as well. I just want the ticket count to change a little bit. I want the Spurs fans to get off of work and start betting them. LJ's on Detroit first half plus 2 at minus 110. LJ's on the under 214.5 in Warriors Rockets. And LJ, anything that you put out on X, we can make official. I'll always check your X.
Okay.
4 additions, and we know that there's injury issues around the Rockets game. We have the over 241 from LJ. Over 241 at -110 in Jazz Wizards. LJ's on the Magic first quarter -2.5 at -105. LJ came in firing shots. LJ, I love it. I miss capping with you, man. I can't wait to do that in person and get some drinks flowing and some blunts up in the air and cap nonstop with you in San Antonio, Texas. We missed you so much last year, so it's gonna be great having you rocking with us here. Brizzy, much love to you. Thank you also to Morgan Spooner and Ian Cameron, who joined us off the top. And I've got more action to put out. I'll do that in the break between practices here. Jose, thank you for taking over here. Love you guys, man. Cannot wait for tomorrow's show as well. Can't wait to get back to business with Justin and Wine Time Sports. Jose, thank you for taking over. You can jump in now. Much love, you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. And thank you for voting in the pool. The poll. It's $50 is the winner, right? 50. I'm cool.
Yes.
Then it's $100 for the whole thing. If that's going to get more people involved, that's what we want. We really want involvement here. So I'm totally cool with that. Much love, guys. I'll catch you guys.
See you later. Jimmy, let's talk about the final game on the NBA board. And I know you guys are excited about it because it features the New Orleans Pelicans as a 5.5-point favorite on the road. Good God. I'd love to know when the last time that happened was. 64% of the bets and 69% of the money. Very nice on those New Orleans Pelicans as well there. So a lot of people liking the Pels and people believing that this Sacramento Kings team wants to tank their ass off for a little Darren Peterson. This line opened up a little at 4. This is all the way up to 5.5 now. Did get up to 6 at one point, but it is at 5.5 currently across the board. Very interesting game here. Excited to hear your guys' thoughts. Maybe not many bets, but I'd like to hear your thoughts here. Billy, we'll start with you. Pelicans, Kings, any thoughts?
Yeah, Pelicans fighting the backdoor cover, or not backdoor, but backdoor that play-in spot, the last spot in the West. Motivation is key for them. They seem motivated, but we've seen Sacramento show a little bit more resistance of recent, so that's the reason why this number's so low. I'd stay off this game.
LJ, anything for you?
No, I don't have anything official because I'm waiting to see if Zion plays. If Zion plays, I'm going to try to take the Pelicans because you don't get them as a road favorite often. 3-1 against the spread as a road favorite. So this probably is the last time you're going to get this chance to bet them. And they're second in the NBA against the spread versus the West. 25-14-1 versus their conference. So it's one of the reasons why they're favored. The Kings suck against their conference against the spread, no matter who they're playing for the most part. But I'm going to wait to see if Zion gets ruled because I need Murphy and Zion in the game if I'm going to take a spread against a team. And I want you to be at least have most of your players. So, you know what I'm saying? And the Pelicans played the last game. They lost to the Kings. So it's a revenge factor as well, in my opinion. So leaning Pelicans, but waiting for injury report.
All right. Well, beautiful. Waiting for the injury report. I cannot wait to see what you guys put out. Billy Brisbane puts all of his action out on our Discord, and follow our friend LJ from H-Town at LJ from H-Town, correct? Or no, it's LJ Sports Media, correct?
Yes, at LJ Sports Media on Twitter.
Thank
Or
you.
X, I'm sorry.
Sports Media there. Well, LJ, we'll start with you. Any final thoughts here for the people in the chat? We're all excited to have you at Publipalooza, and quiet as it's kept, we are locked in for LJ and Peasy on Friday night to drop some bars. So I look forward for that, LJ, my man. Anything you want to tell the people?
Hey, man, looking forward to it. I missed it last year, so I'm excited this year to come back and kick it with my peoples. This is what we enjoy doing every year, capping with everybody, meeting everybody, drinking with everybody, smoking with everybody. It sounds like a good time. For everybody to come down, Palooza, meet everybody, enjoy the festivities, and hey, get some action because there's a lot of action going to be going. And, follow me on Twitter. Like I mentioned, I give out my free play. I didn't give out one today because anytime I'm on a show, I don't give out a free play because I'm going to say the play anyway on the show. So it doesn't make sense to make a video. But I will be back on it tomorrow, bright and early. 9-2 in our last 11, up 6 units. So, hey, doing very good right now. Let's keep that streak going. So, follow me at LJ Sports Media on X, and hopefully I will see everybody at Palooza 5 in San Antonio in 3 weeks now? A little over 3 weeks?
It's gonna. We're almost there. We're almost there, LJ. So it should be a lot of fun. Thank you, my man LJ from H-Town, for joining us today. Billy, you've had a busy week over there for the Locker Room Talk podcast. The shows back to back here. UFC Mexico was a good time. By the way, Billy, I told myself I was going to come on to the live stream, just bomb on during UFC Mexico, but one of my friends went on a heater, and I just bet all of his plays during the day, and he went undefeated on the prelims card, just hitting X fighter to win by sub, a knockout, the decision. So I fattened up the bankroll real nice. So I'm a big UFC guy right now, Billy. I need more fights, Billy. I need more. So please tell the people about the Locker Room Talk podcast and all the great stuff going on over there.
Yeah, welcome to the dark side over here. UFC, we got the BMF title on the line. Max Holloway looks to defend his belt against Charles the Bronx Oliveira, a.k.a.
Great
Preston's
fight.
favorite fighter. We got a banger of a card. Make sure you tune into the Locker Room Talk podcast. And if you guys are in the Discord, make sure you guys check out the action that the boys have in there already. A lot of props have came out on FanDuel in the last 24 hours. TC's been on top of them. We got OD coming to the dark side as well. And if you really want to get DGen and come to the dark side, come over to Indian Wells in the Discord tonight. We got Indian Wells in California, Tennis Paradise. I would just go over the night slate because there's a big difference between the day slate and the night slate here in California. With the hard court speeds, this is going to play as one of the slowest hard courts on tour. You got Sebastian Corda versus Francisco Camasania. I like Sebastian Corda here. He's coming off that Delray Beach title run. His run really started after the Australian Open in the San Diego final, so he's accustomed to these type of conditions. And then you got Camasania, who's been struggling historically on hard courts, lost 4 of his last 6 matches. Then we also got Antonina Ruzic. Say that name 20 times. I like Ruzic over Jennifer Brady. Jennifer Brady's a fucking podcaster. Let's just call a spade a spade. She's not a real tennis player. She's a podcaster. Ruzic, though, first main draw here for Indian Wells. Court conditions really fit her. Brady's still coming back from injury, kind of just lacking just match sharpness across 3 sets. I think it's good money. And then we got the Texas girl, University of Texas. She made us some money over the weekend, plus 370 if you haven't checked out the at Getting Bills over on X. We hit Peyton Stearns to win WTA Austin, and we damn near bet her money line for 2 units, damn near the whole entire way there. So we're going Peyton Stearns tonight against Sierra here. Peyton Stearns coming off that WTA Austin win. If you look at her results at Indian Wells, she lost here last year, but the other 2 years she made round 2, 2023, 2024. I think this match comes down to first serve percentage, and Peyton Stearns' return game has been creating more opportunities for her. She's minus 530 for a reason. So if you're looking for a night slate parlay tonight here at Indian Wells, make sure you throw those 3 legs in there.
God, what a great breakdown, Billy. That was beautiful. I'm excited. Thank you very much. And we'll catch you over on the Discord for the gold and silver members. My guy, Billy Brisbane, thank you very much. Shout out to you, Billy, and shout out to everyone in the chat. Great show today, as always. Our guy, Jimmy the Bag, is now booking it to make sure that Carter and Ella get to basketball practice on time. I'm sure that's the best 2 hours of his day, watching Carter and Ella play that sweet, sweet defense. But shout out to you guys in the chat here. Here in Gaza, AOD, our guy Kong's Clips here. By the way, Kong's, I'm on the U.S. to win the WBC. I bet it at plus 150 months ago. Like early February, probably. Now it's like minus 120, so it's hard to bet, obviously. But I expect the United States to roll over everyone here. And we'll talk about that with Kyle Kerms and company tonight here, late night. So that should be very fun. It's going through all the games. There's a lot of games tomorrow in the WBC, so it should be a lot of fun to break down. Shout out to Nasty Nate, 21. How many days, Nasty Nate? How many more sleeps? Nasty Nate until Pubapalooza. That's the big talking point right now, guys. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. People are getting here on Wednesday to get here early and get their bearings set before a weekend of just a whole lot of fun. So shout out to you guys. Thank you very much here. 20 more days. Thank you, Nasty Nate. And I do not know my months at all, really. So shout out to you, my man. Wine Time. Can't wait to see you. He'll be on tomorrow. Should be a whole lot of fun there as well. Justin McKelvey, Dougie Wise, Chris Warren, Lex Steele, the Abstract in here, Philly Eagle Flyer, the Godfather. Thank you all for jumping in here, putting your plays in the chat. Shout out to you, Cody Norton. Nice to see you, my guy. Haven't seen you in a minute. Vitalis. Shout out to you, my man. And yes, Vitalis, I will hopefully be cutting this hair sometime soon, but we'll see how long we can last here, gentlemen. So shout out to you guys. Come on down to Palooza. I can't wait. It's my Super Bowl. And it's a weekend of fun. But until then, let's go make some money and leche a los bookmakers.